Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, shut your eyes if you need to as you drift into the abyss of fascination and unease. Tonight, we're stepping inside a place so extreme that even the worst criminals on earth call it the end of the line. No shouting matches, no desperate prison breaks, no gang politics, just steel, silence, and souls cut off from the world. They call it ADX Florence, the Alcatraz of the Rockies. A concrete tomb for men too dangerous to mix with anyone else. And inside its walls live stories darker than their isolation. A DX Florence, officially the United States Penitentiary Administrative Maximum Facility, isn't just a prison. It's a human vault buried in the Colorado desert, where razor wire meets mountains and hope dies before it ever checks in. This is where the system sends you when even life sentences in normal supermax prisons feel too merciful. The cells are carved from concrete. The windows are slits angled so tight prisoners can't even see the horizon, just a slice of sky if they angle their head right. Outdoor time. If you call a barren concrete pit with a cage overhead outdoors, then sure. Here, inmates spend 23 hours a day alone. No neighbors, no yard politics, no noise except their own breath and the hum of fluorescent lights. Their meals slide through slots. Their conversations, if any, happen through drains or cracks in the steel. A DX isn't punishment, it's erasure. And the men housed inside didn't just end up here. They earned their way in by being the kind of menace that even death row didn't want to babysit. So let's meet a few of the infamous ghosts still breathing behind those unforgiving walls. First up is Theodore Kaczynski, better known as the Unabomber. A mathematics prodigy turned hermit turned domestic terrorist, he mailed bombs for nearly 2 decades, targeting universities, airlines, and anyone he believed was advancing technology's chokehold on human freedom. His attacks killed 3 and injured over 20. When he was arrested in his Montana shack, authorities found his manifesto, meticulous notes, and bomb-making tools. At ADX, he refused insanity pleas and settled into solitary life like it was just another cabin in the woods. Only this one had no trees, no books of his choosing, no power over anything except his own thoughts. He died in custody in 2023, but long before that, ADX made sure his voice stopped echoing across the country. Then there's Terry Nichols, the co-conspirator in the Oklahoma City bombing, alongside Timothy McVeigh. While McVeigh was executed in 2001, Nichols got life without parole for helping plan and assemble one of the deadliest domestic terror attacks in US history. At ADX, he sealed away from anyone he could possibly influence. For a man once obsessed with anti-government rebellion, he now spends his days under the ultimate government control, complete, unrelenting, and indifferent. Sitting not far from him is Ramzi Youssef, the mastermind behind the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. He wanted to topple the North Tower into the south and kill thousands. His plan failed, but 6 people died and over 1,000 were injured. When he was arrested in Pakistan and brought to trial in New York, he reportedly said he wasn't sorry for what he'd done. At ADX, his world has shrunk to the size of a bathroom with a bed. He gets no audience now, no cameras, no chance of support, just blank walls and a schedule that never changes. Another resident is Richard Reed, the shoe bomber. He tried to detonate explosives hidden in his sneakers on an American Airlines flight in 2001. Passengers and crew stopped him mid-flight, and now his entire future is confined to a cell smaller than most suburban closets. He once believed he'd strike terror across the sky. Now he talks to no one and touches nothing but steel, bedding, and concrete. And then you have Eric Rudolph, the Olympic Park bomber. He orchestrated a campaign of bombings in the 1990s, targeting abortion clinics and the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta. He evaded capture for 5 years, living in the mountains like a phantom. But the irony? His off-grid lifestyle ended only to be replaced by the most controlled environment imaginable. A DX leaves no rocks to hide beneath. But nobody represents the fall from infamy to obscurity quite like Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. His empire once stretched across continents. He escaped prisons in Mexico twice, built tunnels under beds, bribed officials, and walked through the world like a myth. The moment he arrived at ADX in 2019, that myth was suffocated. No tunnels here, no bribes, no phone calls beyond his attorneys. He's housed under special administrative measures, meaning even letters and conversations are filtered like radioactive material. Most prisoners here never touch another human skin to skin again. Guards communicate through thick glass and intercoms. Showers are automated. Recreation cages look like animal enclosures, and even then, inmates are isolated from each other. You don't get fistfights here because you never get close enough to throw one. But it's not just terrorists and cartel kings who end up in Florence. Take Robert Hansen, the FBI mole who sold US intelligence secrets to the Soviets and Russia for over 2 decades. His betrayal compromised agents, exposed operations, and humiliated the country's top counterintelligence agencies. When he was caught, he didn't face a firing squad. He faced Florence. For a man who lived in shadows and secrecy, ADX is the ultimate comeuppance. Now he's alone with his mind, with nothing left to spy on except his memories. Even notorious killers and gang leaders find that ADX strips them of the only power they ever had. No followers, no soldiers, no smuggling lines, no hierarchy. Just silence and time, stretched so thin it feels like it might tear. And while some inmates try lawsuits claiming the conditions are unconstitutional, judges often conclude that ADX isn't cruel. It's just the last firewall between these men and the rest of civilization. There are no riots here because there's no one to riot with. No prison gangs because there's no one to recruit. No shanks because there's no opportunity and no privacy to conceal a plan. Every door is remote controlled, every corridor monitored. Even the skylights are designed so the sun can't give you bearings. The architects didn't just build a prison, they built oblivion with plumbing. And as much as people imagine these men plotting revenge or escapes, the reality is far less cinematic. Most of them are aging, some are sick. Many speak to no one for years on end. When they look in their polished steel mirrors, they don't see legends. They see ghosts serving life in a box. Some people think solitary confinement is just quiet time in a room. At ADX, it's more like being buried alive with a pulse. You don't get darkness to sleep in. Fluorescent lights glow day and night. You don't hear conversations or footsteps in the hall, just the buzz of ventilation and the occasional metallic clang echoing down concrete tunnels. You don't see the sky, you see a slice of it, like a souvenir from freedom. This isn't punishment you serve. It's punishment that settles into your bones and starts whispering across your sanity. Let's look at a few more men locked into that silence. One of them is Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the surviving Boston Marathon bomber. After the explosions turned celebration into carnage in 2013, he became one of the most hated figures in America almost instantly. Though he was sentenced to death, he waits out appeals inside ADX under special administrative measures. No public outbursts, no interviews, no social media hero worship. Just a man alone with the echo of a crime that made the world stop running. Then there's Ahmad Ajaj, tied to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Before Florence, he was loud and vocal about jihad. Inside ADX, that voice doesn't travel. Every message he sends or receives goes through a government filter. His existence is controlled down to the millimeter. His once defiant messages now bounce off walls built to swallow words whole. Beside inmates like them sits Umar Farouk Abdulmutallab, the underwear bomber. He tried to blow up Northwest Airlines Flight 253 with explosives sewn into his clothing. When that failed and he was locked away, he reportedly said he welcomed martyrdom. But martyrdom at ADX looks less like flames and more like 4-inch thick doors and meals you eat off a shelf in silence. He doesn't die for his beliefs here. He just dissolves slowly inside them. And then there was Zacarias Moussaoui, once dubbed the 21st hijacker in the 9/11 plot. His outbursts during trial were chaotic and defiant. He talked big about terror, glory, and vengeance. But the day he arrived at ADX, the walls answered him better than any courtroom. You don't grandstand when your audience is a drain in the floor. Another notorious case locked inside is Richard Lee McNair. He wasn't a terrorist, just an escape artist who treated prisons like challenges instead of consequences. He once slipped out of handcuffs with lip balm. Another time, he mailed himself out of prison in a pallet of mailbags. But there's no mailing yourself out of Florence. Here, the only thing being shipped is time, and even that moves slow. You'll also find men tied to gangs that once ruled entire blocks from behind bars. Take Thomas Silverstein, though he died in 2019. For decades, he was one of the most isolated inmates in American history. After murdering a prison guard and climbing gang ranks within the Aryan Brotherhood, he was entombed in solitary so long he became the warning label for everyone else. His existence helped shape the design of ADX. He didn't get a cell, he got a lifetime in a concrete closet. His death didn't free up space. It just marked the end of a man erased in slow motion. Even mobsters ended up buried there. Take Vincent Basciano, former boss of the Bonanno crime family. A man once surrounded by suited capos and whispered respect is now a convict who eats alone, showers alone, and speaks only when someone in a control room flips a switch. His empire shrank from concrete crews in New York to a 12-foot cell with no audience. Then there's Joaquin Guzman's old friends, the kind of cartel lieutenants who once moved shipments across continents, paid off politicians, and turned towns into battlegrounds. At ADX, no one cares how many soldiers you commanded or how many millions you stacked. Your world becomes a meal slot, a stale air vent, and guards who don't bother learning your name. And some inmates don't get famous titles, just infamous behaviors. Like killers who murdered inside prison, predators who targeted guards, bombers who clung to ideology, spies who sold secrets, and masterminds stripped of their stages. A DX doesn't collect criminals. It collects final chapters. But the worst part of Florence isn't the concrete, the silence, or the steel. It's the clock. Every day is the same. You eat alone. You shower alone. You stare at walls that never change. 500 seconds feel like 500 miles. Birthdays don't matter. Holidays don't exist. Seasons pass without color or smell. Time doesn't move. It stalks you. Every inmate here has a name history remembers, but history doesn't come visit. No one chants outside their windows. There are no riots, no yard deals, no whispers of uprising. All the chaos they once created has been stuffed into soundproof cells where echoes go to starve. Human contact is a privilege most never earn. If they behave impeccably for years, they might get transferred to a slightly less isolated unit where they can lift weights in cages near other men, but never with them. Even laughter sounds wrong when it only belongs to one person at a time. And people think death row is the worst fate? At least there, someone eventually flips a switch or gives you a needle. At ADX, you keep breathing in a cage built to make you vanish without dying. There are rumors, of course. Inmates talking through vents when guards aren't listening. Scratched messages hidden beneath bunks. Some men scream into their walls just to hear a reminder they still exist. Others sink into quiet so deep it starts to sound like surrender. But the prison was built with a single goal in mind: no more headlines. The men inside may have once shaken the world, but Florence teaches them the world doesn't shake for long. Eventually, even the worst criminals become quiet stories told in past tense. And that's the real power of ADX. It doesn't just lock bodies away. It buries reputations, movements, legacies and fears. It takes men who were once symbols of chaos and traps them in routines so strict even madness gets bored. So when you hear the names El Chapo, Kaczynski, Yusef, Tsarnaev, Nichols, Reed, Rudolph, Hansen, you might picture trials, explosions, manhunts, news alerts. But right now, they're shadows against concrete. They're ghosts that still breathe. They're men who live without the world and die without crowds. A DX isn't a place you leave. It's the place they send you when they want the world to forget you're still alive. And long after their names fade from headlines, the walls will still be there, humming under fluorescent lights, swallowing the last echoes of men who once thought they couldn't be stopped. Let that sink in as you drift deeper into the dark edges of your imagination. Because somewhere in Colorado, behind doors thicker than your dreams, the loudest monsters in history are serving life in silence. Most prisons cage the body. A DX cages the mind first and lets the body follow. Life here isn't measured in days or meals or guard rotations. It's measured in the number of thoughts you have before they start circling back on themselves like exhausted birds. Imagine waking up every day in a concrete box the size of a walk-in closet. And that box is your whole world. You don't decorate it. You don't share it. You don't leave it, except under conditions so controlled it feels like a field trip inside a coffin. The routine is mechanical. You don't have to think. In fact, thinking is optional. The lights never fully dim. The concrete walls never change color. Some men scratch lines into the wall to mark days until they realize they're carving for themselves, not the calendar. Inmates don't keep time. Time keeps them. A typical day starts before dawn, not that dawn matters. There's no sunrise in Florence, just fluorescence. The cell holds a bed made of poured concrete with a thin mattress you could fold like an old tortilla. The toilet and sink are stainless steel and built into the wall. The kind of setup that eliminates even the fantasy of breaking anything off and using it as leverage or a weapon or just a reminder that things used to be separate. Breakfast slides through a slot in the steel door. The tray appears without warning. No greeting, no conversation. If you're lucky, it's warm. If you're unlucky, you forgot what warm feels like. The guards don't stand there long enough to make eye contact. They're ghosts with keys. Most inmates are allowed 1 hour of recreation per day. Recreation sounds like grass, sky, and a basketball court. At ADX, it means being escorted in shackles to a concrete pen built like a kennel. There's a grate above you instead of open air. Some men stretch just to feel movement. Others stand still and pretend it's optional. When it's over, the shackles return before you take more than 3 steps. Human voices exist here, but not like you think. Guards don't talk unless protocol demands it. Even then, it's clipped, official, stripped of tone. Prisoners don't shout or argue through the doors. They know better. The silence is so total that some start humming just to hear proof their ears still work. Every single piece of the design was created to erase risk, contact, and identity. The cells are angled so inmates can't see down the hall. The windows are narrow slits angled upward, giving you just a streak of daylight without horizon, trees, or even a mountain edge. Guards watch from remote stations, cameras, sensors, microphones. Everything is observed from somewhere else. Showers happen inside the cell block, not among other inmates. You're led one at a time to a chamber with a steel door and a timer-controlled spray of water. You don't choose when the water stops. You don't choose the temperature. You don't choose anything. Books are privileges, not rights. Some inmates get reading material if they maintain good behavior. Others spend years staring at walls with no pages to break the monotony. Even mail is filtered and often delayed. Letters to family go through layers of approval. Some never reach their destination. Some never arrive in the first place. Mental unraveling is not a side effect here. It's part of the architecture. The silence eats at the brain. Some inmates talk to invisible people because they'd rather invent company than admit they're alone. Others stop speaking altogether, letting language fade. Reality shrinks so drastically that a fly in the cell becomes entertainment, companionship, even a form of therapy. But don't count on that. ADX cells are too clean for flies. For many prisoners, the only living thing they see for months at a time is themselves in the reflection of the polished toilet. Even that's distorted, like their minds. The prison staff call ADX the clean version of hell. They don't say it as a threat, they say it as a fact. You don't bleed here, you don't riot, you don't form gangs, you just endure. And endurance, for some of these men, is worse than fear. The architecture doesn't just block escape, it blocks imagination. No corners to hide behind, no shadows deep enough to pretend. The cells funnel your sight lines like a camera lens, pointed at nothing. You can't pace properly because the floor space is too tight. You can't dream of the outside because you've forgotten what outside actually means. For inmates like Ramzi Youssef or Terry Nichols, the solitude is a punishment tailored to their past lives. They once plotted, spoke, influenced, collaborated. At ADX, collaboration is gone. Influence is gone. You are stripped of audience, stripped of platform, stripped of even the faint possibility that someone might hear you breathe. Some men arrive thinking they can outlast it. They tell themselves they're strong, that isolation is easier than violence. But after months or years of hearing only the clank of food trays and the grind of sliding steel, their confidence thins like fog under a heat lamp. Others, like lifelong gang leaders or mob bosses, realize they miss something unexpected. Not power, not crime, but noise. Chaos was their language. A DX speaks in mute. And then there are inmates like El Chapo, who once commanded armies and tunneled under nations. Here, tunnels are irrelevant. The ground under ADX is guarded, reinforced, and sensor-wired to the point a mouse couldn't burrow without filing paperwork. Even if he could dig, where would he go? He doesn't see the land. He doesn't hear the world. He's buried already, just in a vertical coffin instead of a horizontal one. Some prisoners try to rebel in small ways, refuse meals, flood the toilet, scratch symbols into the walls. The guards don't react emotionally. They shut off water, clean the mess, replace the tray. Everything that feels like defiance gets absorbed into a system designed to never flinch. Aspiration fades here. There's nothing to aspire to. You don't work toward parole. You don't dream of yard privileges with friends. The most a man can hope for is transfer to a slightly less suffocating unit after years of perfect compliance. And even then, you're still in a cage, just one that lets you see someone else's face from 20 feet away. Some inmates write letters that never leave. Others reread the same documents just to remind themselves someone once acknowledged their existence. The younger ones try push-ups, jog in place, or count inhales to stay sane. The older ones sit on the bed and let entropy take the wheel. A DX doesn't kill quickly. It kills slowly by removing the friction of life. No arguments, no negotiations, no surprises. Just a clock with no hands and a voice in your head that eventually stops bothering to talk back. And the horror of it? It works. If there's one thing ADX Florence perfected, it's the science of dismantling identity without laying a finger on you. Everything inside those walls has a single quiet mission: reduce a human down to breath, heartbeat, and silence. A man who once saw the world as territory or battlefield or playground now wakes up in a room he could cross in 3 steps and still feel lost. Meals don't come with choices. Breakfast, lunch and dinner arrive through a slot like offerings to a creature no one wants to face. They're bland, predictable, nutritionally calculated, not out of care, but out of bureaucratic necessity. You don't ask for more. You don't complain. And if you don't eat, the system doesn't argue with you. It logs a note and keeps moving. Hunger at ADX isn't a weapon. It's a monologue no one hears. Communication is a privilege, and privileges here are microscopic. Lawyers can visit, but even that happens behind thick glass and under constant observation. Family calls are rare and often denied. Some inmates haven't heard a voice from their bloodline in years. Their names might still float in the media or linger in documentaries, but none of that reaches the cell door. The world moved on. A DX doesn't. Every corner of the facility is engineered to prevent connection. Even recreation yards are separated into individual cages, each one sealed off so thoroughly that 2 men could be yelling at full volume and never hear each other. You don't get to walk past another inmate. You don't get a glance, a nod, or even a rumour. The silence makes rumour impossible. And the strangest part? Violence almost disappears here. Not because rage fades, but because opportunity dies before it even forms. There are no fights in the hall, no ambushes in the yard, no shivs in the showers. When someone lashes out, it's usually at themselves, punching walls or screaming until their voice cracks just to prove they still have one. The guards don't tackle you. They press a button, call in a response team, and 5 men in Kevlar move you like furniture. Isolation at ADX isn't just physical, it's surgical. Most inmates arrive from other maximum security prisons where survival meant alliances, strategies, or intimidation. They learned to read eyes, sense danger, manipulate guards, or spin alliances like thread. Here, none of that matters. The door doesn't respond to charisma. The camera doesn't fear your history. Your reputation dissolves in the recycled air before it hits the walls. Some inmates turn inward. Meditation becomes survival. Counting cracks, reciting prayers, replaying moments from the past like home movies. Others replay their crimes, sometimes with pride, often with confusion. Without an audience, even the most infamous men start to sound unsure of their own legacy. Memory becomes fog. Years bleed together, until the only certainty is that the door will not open for anything except shackles. Mental health professionals do make rounds, but therapy here is more like observation. They don't sit down and chat, they document, they note deterioration. They record how many times you talk to yourself, or pace, or refuse meals. Medication is common, requested or not. Antidepressants, antipsychotics, sedatives. They're not healing agents, just wet blankets thrown over sparks. For some prisoners, the worst part isn't the silence, it's the permanence. A DX isn't a stop on the way to parole or execution. It's the last line on the map. The men here know that if the world forgets them, the walls won't. The cell will outlive them, and someone else will step into it one day without ever learning the name of the ghost who wore it down before them. Consider the psychological contrast. Many of these men committed crimes believing they'd be legends or martyrs or figures of fear. They grew used to interviews, propaganda, news cycles. Now their words land on concrete and evaporate. A man who once threatened nations can't get a message past a food slot. That's not justice. That's erasure disguised as routine. Even the staff, trained and drilled to move like clockwork, barely register the humanity of the inmates. Not out of cruelty, out of necessity. You cannot empathize with men you need to contain at the highest level for decades on end. Officers don't call inmates by name unless procedure demands it. Most use cell numbers or last initials. Some don't bother at all. Occasionally, a lawsuit makes headlines. Inmates claim the environment drives them insane, that prolonged isolation violates the Eighth Amendment. Activists call it clean torture, a sentence without visible scars. The government argues back, pointing to the crimes, the danger, the need. Judges often side with the institution. Security first, humanity second, if ever. And deep inside the structure is a section even more intense than the standard cell blocks. H Unit. That's where prisoners under special administrative measures live. El Chapo, Tsarnaev, Yusef, Hansen before he died. These men don't just lose freedom, they lose conversation altogether. Every letter monitored, every word scanned, every movement recorded in case ideology tries to escape through ink or breath. In H Unit, a man might go years without hearing his own name spoken aloud by another living person. Food is delivered by staff trained not to engage. Recreation happens in extended cages that resemble walk-in tombs with wire ceilings. Any attempt at communication through walls is detected quickly and shut down. It's not loneliness, it's sensory starvation. And yet, ADX doesn't brag. It doesn't advertise itself as a marvel of control. It just exists, quietly swallowing men the world no longer wants to remember. The architecture is so effective that escape attempts are unheard of. The most realistic act of resistance an inmate can muster is refusing to come out when ordered. Even then, doors open remotely and tactical teams handle the rest. Some prisoners crack within months. Others last years before the silence starts to carve lines through their thoughts. Hallucinations, paranoia, depression, dissociation, these symptoms don't explode. They seep, they settle, they rewire the brain until reality feels optional. To outsiders, it sounds like justice. To insiders, it feels like suffocation stretched over the length of a lifetime. And once a man's mind breaks apart, there's nowhere else to send him. A DX isn't built to rehabilitate. It's built to contain until nothing remains but breath and pulse. In the end, the scariest thing about ADX is not the security, the silence, or the solitude. It's the simplicity. You don't need chains when the walls do the binding. You don't need guards with anger when the architecture does the punishing. You don't need threats when time itself becomes the weapon. This is what it means to disappear without dying. A DX Florence didn't appear out of thin air. It wasn't born from a single crime or a single prisoner. It was the government's answer to a question no one wanted to ask out loud. What do you do with men who refuse to be controlled by walls, guards, or fear? Long before its concrete swallowed the first inmate, the system was bleeding from riots, killings, gang rule, and escapes so embarrassing they sparked congressional hearings. Supermax prisons already existed, but ADX wasn't meant to be a prison. It was meant to be the period at the end of a sentence the system didn't know how to finish. Back in the 1980s and early 90s, the federal prison system was struggling to contain a new type of inmate. Terrorists, cartel architects, high-ranking mobsters, escape artists, and violent gang leaders who kept running their worlds from the inside. Even locked up, some orchestrated hits, ordered attacks, or managed drug empires with more influence than they had on the street. Worse, some prisons were practically training grounds for riots. The Marion Penitentiary in Illinois, once the most secure prison in America, became ground zero for chaos. In 1983, 2 guards were murdered in separate attacks just hours apart by inmates tied to the Aryan Brotherhood. That moment lighted the fuse that led to ADX. Marion went into permanent lockdown after that. Cells closed, movement restricted, and solitary confinement became the new religion. But even under those extreme measures, problems lingered. Inmates still communicated through hidden channels. They still recruited. They still stabbed, schemed, threatened, and thrived in the cracks of the system. The federal government realized something brutal. The most dangerous men in the country needed a place where even the cracks didn't exist. Enter Florence, Colorado. Remote, dry, quiet. Surrounded by nothing but open sky and empty land that looked dead even when the sun was shining. The perfect graveyard for noise. In the early 90s, planners, architects and correctional brass sat down to design the unbreakable. They didn't want thick walls. They wanted psychological burial. They didn't want steel bars. They wanted angles, blind spots, concrete geometry, airflow systems, remote-controlled everything, and surveillance so tight a blink might as well be a confession. They studied past riots and reverse-engineered every escape method inmates had ever attempted. They measured the distance between human interaction and madness and designed the space to sit right on the edge of it. Construction started in 1991. By 1994, the fortress was complete. Not just a prison, an experiment in erasure. It held 490 beds, though beds is generous. Each concrete slab was a reminder that comfort was not on the blueprint. The perimeter was wrapped in razor wire, patrolled by armed towers and cushioned with fields designed to expose movement. Even if someone broke out of a cell, scaled an inner wall, dodged cameras, and slipped through a checkpoint, they'd still be trapped in desert emptiness, surrounded by guns and nowhere to hide. The designers pulled lessons from foreign prisons too, especially facilities built to contain terrorists and espionage threats. They created corridors where inmates couldn't see each other, doors that could open only remotely, and pods where contact between prisoners was mathematically engineered to be non-existent. Every hallway was a funnel. Every window was a slit angled toward nothing. If an inmate decided to set themselves on fire, the structure would survive without a scorch mark. The political motivation was clear. America needed a symbol of final control. A message to enemies, to gangs, to people who thought martyrdom or chaos could be organized from behind bars. A DX wasn't built to punish the average murderer. It was made to smother those who thought prison was just a different kind of office. And the timing was perfect for fear. Domestic terrorism was rising. Foreign threats were creeping across headlines. Cartels were exploding with wealth and violence. The FBI, DEA, and Bureau of Prisons agreed. Some men couldn't be allowed to speak, plan, or even imagine influence. By the time the first inmates were transferred in 1994 and 1995, the facility had already been dubbed Supermax by the press. But ADX was a level beyond that. Officers working there knew it. Inmates realized it the moment the doors closed. Even the security culture was different. Staff trained to treat every prisoner as an active threat, even when chained. They practiced cell extractions in full gear. They drilled for assault, escape attempts, and coordinated strikes, even though the architecture rendered those scenarios almost impossible. The idea wasn't just to respond. It was to project hopelessness. No riots, no uprisings, no outside communication without filtration. If a prisoner wanted to kill another inmate, there was no opportunity. If he wanted to bribe a guard, there was no conversation long enough to try. If he wanted to plan an escape, he'd have to do it with no team, no tools, and no idea where the guards even were half the time. A DX became the place where prison legends went quiet. And the architects didn't just plan for containment, they planned for endurance. They knew some inmates would be there for decades. They knew isolation would eat at their mental health. They knew lawsuits would come, protest groups would scream torture, and international observers would raise eyebrows. None of that changed the mission. "You don't come to ADX to get better," one correctional officer once admitted off record. "You come here to disappear." And the system didn't apologize for that. After decades of riots, dead guards, bribed wardens, hostage situations, and threats of violence hitting streets from inside cell blocks, the government wasn't playing defense anymore. It was drawing a line in the concrete. You crossed it, you vanished. Even today, the Bureau of Prisons describes ADX with cold efficiency for inmates who require the tightest control. Not punishment, control. A word that seems sterile until you see what it looks like when turned into architecture and routine. Somewhere in those early blueprints, someone likely asked, "What's the worst thing a man can do from inside a prison?" A DX answered by removing every variable except existence. And the world barely noticed when it opened its doors, because that was the point. Florence wasn't built to impress you from the outside. From a distance, it looks like a cluster of beige blocks surrounded by dirt and silence. The real genius hides in the interior, every angle, every hallway, every vent, every window calculated to end interaction before it begins. Architects didn't design for rehabilitation or reform. They designed for airtight isolation, permanent compliance, and the psychological suffocation of control. You don't walk freely in ADX. You're escorted in shackles so often your wrists forget what skin feels like without steel. The hallways curve or dead end to keep lines of sight broken. Even if someone screamed from another pod, you'd never hear it. Doors don't swing open. Everything is remote, electronic, and watched from control booths you'll never see. The operators behind the glass don't announce themselves. They press a button, and your world shifts with a hum. The layout is built like layered circles of denial. There's the outer ring with gun towers, motion detection, and barbed wire. Inside that is the fence line with surveillance zones that detect movement and heat. Go deeper, and you reach pods, miniature fortresses with their own isolated cell rows. Each pod holds a handful of inmates, but no one inside knows they exist. Even their names vanish from casual mention. In a place filled with infamous men, recognition is treated like a viral threat. Units like H Block are the most sealed. That's where special administrative measures shut down communication like a dam. No phone calls, no letters that aren't vetted word by word, no contact visits. Attorneys can talk to their clients, but even that happens under watch, every second recorded. If a prisoner wants to send a sentence to the outside world, it can take months just to get approval, and even then, it's often denied. Some of the builders bragged quietly that ADX could run even if every guard vanished. The technology, the layout, the locking mechanisms, all of it rigged so that non-compliance is useless. You don't overpower anything. You don't find a blind spot. Even suicide is hard here. Fixtures are unbreakable, bunks are part of the floor, and the ventilation shafts are too small for a toddler. Every sensor has a backup. Every hallway has a panic button. Every door has a failsafe. Even the recreation cages are surrounded by movement detectors. The walls don't just trap inmates, they anticipate them. The architects studied every riot, escape, and hostage incident from the last 50 years and built answers into the concrete. In 1987, inmates at USP Atlanta set fires, took hostages, and turned the prison into a war zone. In 1980, the New Mexico State Penitentiary became a slaughterhouse when prisoners seized control and tortured rivals for hours. Those disasters weren't just headlines. They were blueprints in reverse. A DX is the physical response to that history. Don't stop riots. Make them impossible. The facility even answers the failure of older high-security units like Marion. At Marion, prisoners communicated by shouting, tapping, even flushing toilets in code. A DX killed all that with isolation pods that never let sound travel. At Marion, inmates occasionally teamed up for murder. At ADX, you don't get close enough to a human being to throw a punch before being stripped of movement. Even transport is weaponized silence. When inmates arrive, they're flown into local airstrips under heavy watch, shackled at the waist, wrists, ankles, and sometimes with masks covering their mouths. They don't see the faces of the officers moving them. They don't hear explanations. They don't get told where they're walking. Their first real moment of awareness is in a cell that feels like the end of a road they didn't realize had no return. And while the outside world debates human rights or constitutional boundaries, policymakers knew one thing when they approved ADX. If a prisoner gets here, the conversation about fairness is already over. You don't land in Florence for stealing cars or losing a gang fight. You land here because the system decided your presence anywhere else is too big a liability. Once the prison opened in 1994, it quickly became the go-to destination for inmates who murdered guards, organized violence, plotted terror, or made entire institutions bleed resources trying to contain them. The nickname came fast, the Alcatraz of the Rockies. Except unlike its island predecessor, nobody here sees each other across a yard or shares a mess hall. Alcatraz had proximity. A DX killed that concept with cold precision. The silence wasn't accidental. It was the core philosophy. Wardens and architects agreed. If you eliminate noise, you eliminate connection. If you eliminate connection, you eliminate power. Most of the men who end up here weren't dangerous because they were strong. They were dangerous because they influenced. A DX is where influence goes to starve. And while critics call it psychological torture, defenders call it insurance. Insurance against the next bombing, the next gang empire, the next riot, the next infiltration of guards. They don't hide the intent, they just avoid poetic language. The Bureau of Prisons says ADX controls inmates who pose a threat to the safety of others. But behind that safe language is a simple truth. The goal is to bury danger so deep underground, the world forgets it, breathes. You can see the philosophy even in the way the cells are arranged. No sharp edges, no removable fixtures. The bed, desk, stool, they're poured into the structure. Air vents are narrow. Doors are solid steel with narrow vision slots. Windows don't show scenery, they show light. Everything is calculated to let the inmate know he is contained, monitored, alone, and replaceable. The men who built ADX didn't think of it as punishment. They thought of it as quarantine. You don't cure what's inside. You contain it until it dissolves. And the world, for the most part, sleeps just fine, knowing that somewhere in Colorado, hidden behind razor wire and soulless desert, the architects of old nightmares sit in cells designed by people who didn't believe in second chances. The most dangerous thing any inmate at ADX has now is memory. And even that, over time, starts to fail. Not every man who ends up at ADX was born reckless or blood-soaked. Some were molded by ideology, others by ego, greed, or delusion. But once the door seals behind them, origin doesn't matter anymore. The system doesn't care whether you were a cartel boss, a bomber, a spy, a cult prophet, or a soldier of chaos. The walls don't adjust to your story. They swallow it. And while the world remembers a name, ADX does not. The cell doesn't echo titles. It eats them. Many of the inmates here once believed they were immune to capture. They outran entire agencies, bribed governments, manipulated courts, intimidated witnesses, or disappeared into crowds like phantoms. Some walked freely even while being hunted, hiding in mountain ranges, safe houses, tunnels, or foreign territories. They built legends around themselves. They spoke their intentions like gospel. They thought they were untouchable. And then the cuffs clicked shut. The fall isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's a dawn raid. Sometimes it's a tip from someone they trusted. Sometimes it's dumb luck, a routine traffic stop that unravels everything. But for the kind of man who lands in ADX, the real drop doesn't happen during arrest. It happens the moment the transport plane descends over Colorado and that fortress of beige and silence comes into view. Prisoners like El Chapo knew power. They commanded armies with words. They moved weight across borders like it was smoke. When he was recaptured and sent north, some thought he'd find a way to influence life inside like he had everywhere else. But ADX is built to erase even the concept of reach. Here, no guard fears him, no inmate follows him, no one trades favors in his name. His empire ends at a steel door with no handle on the inside. Ramzi Youssef once bragged about trying to topple the Twin Towers before most Americans even imagined such a thing. His attack in 1993 was supposed to kill thousands. Instead, it became a prelude to something worse years later. When he arrived at ADX, he reportedly tried to maintain defiance. But defiance is useless against walls that never respond. He doesn't debate ideology here. He stares at concrete and listens to a silence that never gives him applause. Robert Hansen might be the most haunting example of a fall without flames. An FBI agent turned spy, he sold secrets for decades, playing both sides with surgical patience. When they finally caught him in a suburban park, he reportedly asked, "What took you so long?" That arrogance didn't survive ADX. Spies thrive on secrets, manipulation, subtle words. But there's nothing to spy on when every corner of your environment is the same beige tomb and every movement you make is recorded by someone who doesn't care about your cleverness. Terry Nichols planned mass death with calm conviction. He helped assemble the Oklahoma City bomb that tore a hole in the country's psyche. Maybe he once believed his name would echo in rebellion. Inside ADX, it doesn't echo at all. He's not a martyr. He's a file number in a place where even memory is treated like contraband. Men like Richard Reed and the rest of the failed martyrs who tried to terrorize the skies believed in spectacle. They imagined themselves legends of destruction. But you don't get spectacle here. You get the same mattress, same toilet, same 4 steps of pacing space as everyone else. The only explosions are the ones in your mind when the silence presses too hard against your skull. Then there are the domestic gang leaders, the ones who orchestrated stabbings and riots from other prisons before the system cut the cord. They once ruled ranges with fear and charisma. At ADX, influence has no oxygen. Even if you wanted to send a message, no voice can travel through sealed air and reinforced silence. You can't build alliances when you don't see a human face for weeks. You can't enforce loyalty when your name is a memory only you can hear. There are operatives from foreign terror cells, men who believed they were soldiers in ideological wars. They trained in camps, crafted bombs, read manifestos by flashlight, and preached death like scripture. But inside these walls, no one worships their cause. No one carries their words beyond the steel. Their convictions become thoughts trapped in skulls that slowly start forgetting the rhythm of conversation. Even among the most violent criminals, there's a pattern. The belief that rules apply to others, that punishment is a game, that the world stays within reach, no matter the cage. ADX was built not to punish their crimes, but to shatter their certainty. You can't bend a guard who doesn't speak to you. You can't control a yard when you don't have one. You can't start a riot when you haven't stood beside another inmate in years. Some tried suing their way out, claiming cruel and unusual punishment. But courts often looked at the body count, the threats, the past chaos, and said, "You earned this." The legal system sees ADX as the place where consequences go when they outgrow standard punishment. And even if a judge questions the conditions, no safer alternative ever rises to take its place. The men here don't just lose freedom, they lose audience. For criminals who thrived on fear, followers, or infamy, that's a different kind of death. You can't be a symbol in isolation. The world forgets you faster when you stop appearing in headlines. Years pass, new threats rise, old names fade into documentaries and crime forums, but the men behind them remain locked in routines no one films. And the truth is, most of them know deep down they will die here. They won't be executed, they'll decay. They'll age into silence until their bodies give out and their remains leave in a bag instead of shackles. Legacies that once terrified families, governments, cities, reduced to a formality on a death certificate tucked into a file. Legend is loud, a DX is not. And in that clash, the silence always wins. For every man locked inside ADX, there's a moment when he understands, not just where he is, but what it means. Some realize it the second the door shuts for the first time. Others take weeks. Some don't feel it until a year passes, and they can't remember the sound of their own voice in conversation. That's when the fear sets in, not of death, but of existing forever without being seen. Before Florence, many of these inmates had routines built on control. Whether they were mob lieutenants, bomb makers, militant leaders, or criminal masterminds, they dealt in influence. They had followers, soldiers, money, guns, or ideology behind them. Their crimes came with attention, headlines, enemies, and sometimes supporters. But ADX doesn't allow for an audience. It doesn't allow applause or hatred or fear. It gives you nothing to bounce your identity off of. You can't be feared if no one sees you. You can't inspire if your words never leave a room that swallows sound. Even the guards don't treat them like legends. They don't argue, don't admire, don't threaten. They follow protocol the same way an ATM follows instructions. They don't get personal. They don't get pulled into conversation. A man might have orchestrated terror around the world, but if his food tray clogs the slot, the officer doesn't think about ideology. He calls maintenance. That indifference is its own execution. Infamy is oxygen to some of these prisoners, and ADX deprives them without ceremony. No taunts, no arguments, no lectures, just silent neutralization. It's not hate. It's not even punishment in the theatrical sense. It's a filing system where names no longer matter and voices don't travel. You could spend years here without seeing another inmate clearly. No faces through bars, no casual glances in the hall. Your neighbors become faceless breathing patterns beyond concrete and steel. You might hear a cough once in a blue moon or the faint drag of chains in the hallway. But the system makes sure that even those sounds feel accidental, not communal. In many prisons, religion becomes power. Faith groups become gangs, and chaplains act as mediators. At ADX, even worship is solitary. Prayer happens in a room where no one says amen back. Holy books arrive wrapped in inspection procedures. Chaplains speak through barriers or not at all. You might believe in God, but Florence makes sure no one believes in you. Some prisoners try to hold on to identity by filing motions and appeals, writing letters to anyone who might listen. They cling to legal pads like lifelines, scribbling arguments into the void. But appeals take years, and most are denied. Even when courts agree to review a case, the process grinds so slowly that hope expires before paperwork does. And then there are the ones who don't bother. They settle into silence, like it's the only thing left that fits. They fold their days into invisible routines, count the bolts on the door, trace cracks in the floor with their eyes, listen to the hum of ventilation and pretend it's wind. Some recite their crimes like bedtime stories, not because they're proud, but because they fear forgetting is worse than remembering. It's not unusual for an inmate to forget how old he is. Birthdays don't exist here. Seasons don't exist. Months feel like the same day, playing on loop until time itself loses meaning. Memories start blending with imagination, and the past becomes just another hallucination the silence allows. Men who once challenged governments learn to measure victory by the arrival of a new book or a 5-minute call with a lawyer who can't make eye contact through the glass. A letter from family can feel like a miracle, but most families stop writing eventually. They move on. They get tired. Grief gives up and becomes distance. A DX doesn't stop at the body. It invades memory, language, will. It doesn't confront ego. It erodes it grain by grain until it's dust. You don't go mad here loudly. You dissolve quietly. Some inmates start speaking to inanimate objects because they need to hear an answer, even if it's imaginary. Others start writing messages on toilet paper or walls, even though no one will ever read them. A few bang on doors until they're sedated, then wake up days later with no idea why their muscles hurt. And yet, the system keeps moving. Guards rotate shifts, paperwork flows, new inmates arrive. Others die of old age or illness or suicide. The walls don't remember names any more than they remember footsteps. Once in a while, a documentary or a podcast mentions a few of the men inside. A senator references the facility in some hearing. A headline resurfaces a name tied to tragedy. But inside ADX, none of it matters. The prisoner doesn't get faster meals or softer lights because a reporter spoke his name. He stays in his slot, breathing recycled air, counting the dull thud of his pulse. In the end, ADX proves something brutal about human nature. People don't need to be beaten, starved, or tortured to break. They just need to be removed from the echoes of their own identity. Silence is a scalpel. Solitude is a slow-moving executioner. And time, when stretched across concrete walls that never change, becomes the perfect eraser. Because no matter who you were when you arrived, warrior, zealot, kingpin, traitor, eventually you become exactly what the cell insists you are. No one. Before ADX, punishment meant contact. You could hear other inmates yelling down the tier. You could trade insults, threats, or cigarettes. You could get into fights, form crews, stab someone in the shower, or slip notes through vents. You could cut deals, run rackets, pay off guards, or build little kingdoms in the cracks of the prison system. Even in solitary at older facilities, you still knew you were part of something noisy and alive, hated, feared, respected, whatever. But ADX was built to erase the very concept of participation. It doesn't just isolate the body, it removes a man from the ecosystem of conflict itself. Yet even in a place designed to crush connection, the ghosts of authority, dominance and rivalry still live inside the men buried here. They just have nowhere to go. The gang lieutenant, who once managed contraband rings and executions with a whispered order, now commands no one. He has power over nothing, not even the timing of his shower. The terrorist who once believed he was a soldier in a holy war no longer has followers to impress or enemies to curse. His mission dissolves in the quiet. The mob enforcer who used to read faces now stares at walls. The cartel strategist who handled millions now must ask through a slot for a pencil he'll never get to sharpen. In most prisons, men survive by forming alliances. Black, white, Hispanic, gang-based, religious-based, loyalties organize everything from contraband to protection. You exist in a hierarchy whether you choose it or not. But ADX is a world with no ranks. No lieutenants, no soldiers, no shot callers, no corner deals, no enforcers. Even if a man wanted to issue an order, his voice would hit the concrete and die before it found a target. The guards don't play favorites. They don't get bribed, threatened, flattered, or manipulated. You don't earn better treatment by intimidating or charming them, because there is no relationship at all. Interaction is functional, not social. A guard tells you to cuff up. A guard opens the door remotely. A guard slides a tray through the slot. They don't ask how you're doing. They don't exchange pleasantries. They don't crack jokes. In a place full of men who once bragged, schemed, and lied like professionals, there's no audience left to work. Some inmates used to orchestrate hits from inside other penitentiaries. They'd send coded letters, use family members as messengers, or whisper plans during yard time. At ADX, the mailroom reads everything. Every phone call is monitored, and most calls never get approved. Even letters to family are sometimes denied if a single line looks suspicious. You can't smuggle instructions past a wall that blocks even hope. And then there's the silence. In other prisons, noise is constant. Shouting, clanging, metal on metal, guards yelling, men arguing, toilets flushing, doors slamming. Noise is conversation, warning, entertainment, threat and trauma all at once. But ADX kills that soundtrack on purpose. You don't hear fights, you don't hear laughter, you don't hear arguments through vents or pipes. The air is so quiet it becomes a sound of its own. It wraps around you and absorbs whatever identity you still think you have. A DX doesn't need to remind you you're forgotten. The walls do it for you. When you speak, nothing answers. When you remember who you were, nothing reflects it back. When you think about what you could have done differently, the room doesn't care. Some men try to fight the silence by making noise, kicking doors, yelling into the slot, banging their fists till their knuckles split. That earns them special attention, but not the kind they want. The response team arrives in body armor, restrains them, sedates them, and leaves them alone in the same room they tried to scream their way out of. Rage doesn't travel here. It just rebounds and exhausts itself. Others try to cling to old identities through fantasy. They replay their influence in their heads, imagining they still command something somewhere. But fantasies grow weak without fuel. When no one speaks your name, your ego starts to starve. Men who once demanded loyalty now struggle to remember what power even felt like. A DX is a forced monarchy collapse. Every inmate was a ruler of something: fear, chaos, ideology, violence, operations. But in Florence, every throne is melted down and turned into the same bed, same toilet, same sink, same door. And when everyone is reduced to the same level of nothing, there is no crown left to steal. Even communication between guards is low and hushed. They operate with the confidence of people who know their environment cannot be overrun. They don't need to shout. Their calm is its own weapon. Inmates feel it. The absence of tension is unsettling. There is no storm to push back against. Some men try to create a myth within the facility, whispering through drains, tapping on walls, convincing themselves someone on the other side hears them and cares. But without confirmation, those efforts become hallucinations in slow motion. The mind starts answering itself. Conversations become loops. Anger becomes monologue. Superiority becomes background noise only the speaker hears. And then there's the fact that many inmates here can't even be recognized by face anymore. Years without mirrors, without visitors, without context means they forget the shape of their own expressions. You can't intimidate someone when you don't even remember how your glare looks. The structure doesn't bend for anyone, no matter their past. Timothy McVeigh sat in isolation before his execution. Ramzi Youssef exists in silence. El Chapo, who once walked through tunnels under Mexico with military precision, can't take 3 steps without permission. Terry Nichols, a name tied to mass death, now exists as quietly as a shut-off radio, and the world barely remembers they're there. There's a saying whispered by correctional officers: ADX doesn't punish crime, it punishes notoriety. It doesn't matter how loud you roared beforehand. Once you enter, you get one voice, and the walls eat it whole. Every man who ever thought his influence couldn't be caged eventually understands that ADX isn't a cage. It's a vacuum. And in a vacuum, power doesn't fade. It disappears. Power doesn't survive silence. It doesn't matter how feared or respected you once were. If no one can hear you, no one can follow you. A DX perfected that principle. The men locked inside once controlled crews, armies, militias, movements, or markets. They gave orders in code, through middlemen, through phones, letters, smuggled notes, or looks across a room. Every command needed only one thing to thrive: a listener. Here, there are none. In most prisons, dominance is a language, a stare, a tone, a rumor, a debt. You can run a tier without ever touching a man if the hierarchy is already oiled with fear. But the walls of Florence absorb that language like sand absorbs water. No stare lasts when you have no one to look at. No rumor spreads when no one shares air with you. Debt doesn't exist in a place with no trade and no circulation. A DX is not just the end of violence, it's the end of reputation. Even the most notorious figures eventually feel themselves fading. Some enter defiant, convinced they can bend the system or intimidate staff. But Florence strips away reactions. You can't terrorize someone who never speaks to you. You can't manipulate someone whose answers are printed in protocol. You can't make a scene when there's no crowd to witness it. And when your past crimes lose their echo, all that remains is the four walls and the sound of your own breathing. For cartel bosses used to luxury and command, ADX is the cruelest parody imaginable. No phones, no lieutenants, no smuggling operations, no coded instructions. The closest thing to control they have is choosing whether or not to eat the meal left in the slot. And even that decision doesn't affect anyone else. Hunger here is private. Men who built empires from chaos now live in sterile consistency. The door opens when it opens. The slot shuts when it shuts. The lights glow when they glow. The schedule doesn't bend to personality. Florence doesn't care if you ruled a continent or a corner block. You get the same square, the same silence, the same erasure. There are criminals who once moved like ghosts in cities, slipping through police nets, sailing across borders, bribing officials, disappearing into jungles or deserts. At ADX, there is nowhere to vanish. Every minute is observed, every step is documented, every breath is irrelevant until it stops, and even then there's a form to file. Some prisoners try to cling to the idea of legacy. They fantasize that people on the outside still say their names with fear or awe. But the world forgets even the most infamous over time. New villains take the headlines. New tragedies push old ones into history's basement. A DX is a waiting room for the forgotten, except no one in the room talks and no one ever gets called out. The few inmates who had political or ideological motives face a different kind of disappearance. They believed their actions were messages, statements, sparks meant to ignite revolutions or movements. They thought prison time would make them martyrs, not ghosts. But martyrdom needs witnesses. Revolution needs a voice. A DX makes sure their stories die before they can be repeated. Even death isn't dramatic here. If an inmate dies by illness, suicide, or old age, the news barely cracks the surface. The body leaves quietly. The cell is sanitized. Another name steps into the vacancy. Outside the fence, most people don't know, don't care, or don't remember what that man did in the world. Inside other prisons, conflict builds identity. Even if you're hated, you're known. You can be a shot caller, a soldier, a target, a threat, a protector, a debt collector. But at ADX, you're none of those things. You're an entry in a system, a scheduled headcount, a line in a logbook. If someone writes about you, it's not with fear, it's with paperwork. And while some inmates believe they can outlast the silence with mental strength, silence isn't something you outlast. It wears down thought, it dulls memory, it eats at the ego molecule by molecule until you're not sure what part of you was real and what was myth. In a world where no one responds, even identity becomes a rumor you can't verify. Every once in a while, someone files a lawsuit claiming the conditions are cruel and unusual. Amnesty groups speak up. Former wardens give interviews. Judges debate constitutionality. But the system keeps turning. The cells stay locked. The silence stays heavy. And the men inside continue their slow, invisible disappearances. Some inmates accept it. They stop fighting. They stop writing. They stop asking for transfers or reviews. They sink into the dull rhythm and let themselves become part of the routine. Others hold on to bitterness, but bitterness without an audience becomes just another internal bruise no one sees. Power used to give these men shape. Without it, they become outlines fading at the edges. Their enemies no longer fear them. Their allies no longer follow them. Their names, once heavy, turn light and quiet. The outside world stops picturing their faces. Their voices, once broadcast in headlines, are now trapped in skulls that no one hears speak. A DX doesn't brag, but it doesn't have to. The proof is buried inside every cell where a once feared man now sits alone, dreaming of conversations that will never happen and remembering eyes that will never look at him again. No matter what empire he built, ADX outlives it. No matter how many bodies, bombs, schemes or betrayals shaped his legacy, ADX reduces it to paperwork and a pulse. Somewhere far beyond those walls, people still argue about what justice means. But inside ADX, justice isn't loud. It doesn't break bones or shout orders. It simply waits and watches men disappear quietly into the silence they can't control. And when the world finally forgets who they were, the prison doesn't celebrate. It just keeps the door closed. Not all battles inside ADX are loud. Most of them don't even look like battles from the outside. They happen in the mind, slow, quiet, invisible to cameras and guards. When a man is locked alone for years with no voice to answer his own, the enemy becomes time, memory, and the self he carried in with him. Some arrive thinking they're too hard, too disciplined, too fanatical, too clever to break. A DX waits. It doesn't rush. It doesn't push. It just removes the world piece by piece until even the most unshakable mind feels the gravity of isolation. The first stage is disbelief. Inmates come in thinking this is another prison with a scarier nickname. They imagine they'll adapt like they did everywhere else, make connections, find angles, test rules, create routines on their own terms. The silence feels temporary at first, like a weird phase. They talk to the air or shout insults at guards through the slot. They test how loud their voice travels. They pound their fists on the door just to prove they still can. But nothing answers back, not even the echo. And when their own voice falls flat in the concrete, reality tightens. Then comes the measuring. Men pace their cells, count steps, recite exercises in their heads, catalogue every bolt and line in the wall. They create loops to stop their minds from slipping. 10 push-ups, 10 breaths, 10 stretches. Count the screws, count the lights, count the letters in their name. Some repeat crimes in their heads like confession or rehearsal. Others invent conversations with guards who don't respond, friends who aren't there, family who stopped calling years ago. It's not madness. It's survival in a place where thought has nowhere to go but back into the thinker. Sleep becomes a coin toss. With no natural light cycles and no noise to anchor time, night and day merge into a single hallway of hours. Some men sleep too much, others barely sleep at all. Dreams blur with memory until they wake unsure of whether they're still in their old life or buried in concrete. There are no voices to remind them, no sudden noises to snap them back. Just the hum of ventilation and the endless sameness of walls that don't blink. The next stage is memory decay. Without interaction or routine tied to others, the timeline of a man's life starts to smear. They forget dates, conversations, faces, even the tone of their own voice when it used to move people. Some try to hold on by repeating stories out loud, whispering names of friends, children, victims, gods. But even those repetitions lose meaning without feedback. You can't tell whether you're remembering or inventing after years of replaying the same scenes alone. Books help some of them, for a while. But the mind eventually starts replacing characters with faces from their past or their own. Pages blur after a sixth or seventh read, and sentences feel like they're watching you rather than being read. And once a book is taken away or worn out, the silence enlarges again, and they realize the words were never company, just distraction. The body starts reacting next. Muscles weaken from lack of movement even when inmates force themselves to work out. Joints stiffen from pacing the same tight path. Some try to use exercise as structure, but structure without purpose turns mechanical and hollow. A man can do 1,000 push-ups alone and still feel like he's evaporating. And then there's the paranoia. When you don't hear people, you start imagining them. You think you hear whispers through the vents. You think the guards are talking about you even when they're not talking at all. You think someone's watching closer than usual, or that cameras can read your mind. Some decide the food is drugged. Some refuse meals for days until hunger wins. Others think their cell is smaller than it was last week, as if the walls are inching inward. A DX doesn't argue with paranoia. It lets it bloom. Eventually, many inmates start talking to themselves, not as a breakdown, but as a replacement for something the brain refuses to let go of: dialogue. They argue with no one. They explain things to walls. They pray out loud in voices barely above a breath. Some laugh randomly, not from humor, but from the shock of hearing any sound leave their mouth. And the longer the silence lasts, the harder it becomes to tell which thoughts belong to them and which thoughts came from the vacuum. The facility has mental health staff, but therapy behind thick glass with guards watching doesn't stitch a mind back together. A man can admit he's unraveling, and the system will note it clinically, maybe medicate him, maybe relocate him to a slightly modified unit with softer edges. But the isolation remains. The route doesn't change. The diagnosis becomes another layer of silence to wear. Suicide isn't dramatic here. It's not a scream or a gesture meant to send a message. It happens in exhausted silence. A man stops eating, stops speaking, stops standing up. Another slams his head into the wall one too many times before guards find him on the floor. Someone uses a bedsheet if he finds an anchor the designers overlooked. Some don't die, but fall so deep into themselves they may as well have. And then there are the ones who don't break, but don't fully stay whole either. They become quiet machines that wake, eat, pace, sleep, repeat. They no longer care who they were. They no longer fantasize about control. They detach from everything, including the past. They're not rehabilitated. They're hollowed. A DX doesn't label this transformation as punishment. It calls it containment. And in the language of the system, that means success. Because silence doesn't need to scream to win. It just needs time. There's a kind of madness that doesn't look like madness at all. No shouting, no wild eyes, no violent outbursts. It's quiet, almost polite. It settles in layers, like dust on untouched furniture. That's the madness ADX breeds best. Not the chaos of a mind on fire, but the dull fading of a mind starved of contrast. When a man has nothing to react to, no voices, no faces, no choices, his inner world becomes the only world, and even that begins to lose structure. Some inmates start inventing people. Not imaginary friends like children do, but fragments of memory turned into company. A mother's voice, a dead associate, a victim, a partner, a rival. They talk in whispers to ghosts that sound clearer than their own recollection of reality. And because there's no outside input to correct them, the ghosts become more convincing than silence. Others fall into patterns so rigid they feel religious. They fold their blanket the same way every morning, touch the corner of the sink 3 times, count the seams in the wall in cycles of 10, recite the same sentence before lying down. These rituals give shape to time, but time doesn't care. The rituals don't prevent the slide, they just disguise it. The worst part is that breakdown here isn't dramatic enough to interrupt. In a normal prison, a man losing his mind makes noise. He screams, fights, or collapses in his cell until medics and guards intervene. At ADX, a man can dissolve internally for months before anyone notices, if they notice at all. When you live in a place where silence is standard, you don't recognize silence as a symptom. Even letters, when they arrive, become strange mirrors. Some inmates write long, rambling pages that circle back on themselves, trying to sound coherent for someone on the outside. But the break shows through. Thoughts get tangled, stories contradict, names get swapped or forgotten. The act of writing becomes less communication and more proof they still exist. But many don't write at all. They stop because they no longer know what to say or who would listen. They stop because it hurts to remember people who will never walk into that facility. They stop because the effort reminds them they are not who they used to be. And the silence feels easier than acknowledgement. When mental health teams make rounds, they don't see the full decay. No one locks eyes for long through a slot. No one trusts enough to confess how bad it gets. And even when they do, what can be done? Transferring a man to a slightly different unit is like rearranging furniture in a burning house. Some inmates hallucinate small sounds, footsteps that aren't there, voices in the vents, tapping from the other side of walls. Their brains, deprived of input, create it. The mind is not meant for blankness, and when it's given nothing, it improvises. That improvisation turns on them eventually, twisting perception until they're not sure which thoughts are theirs and which are echoes they invented. And the guards? They see the results without reacting. They're trained to stay detached. An inmate rocking back and forth for hours is just an observation in a log. A man refusing food for a week is a notation, not an emergency. Only when a body drops or blood shows do they step in with urgency. The rest is background decay. Some prisoners try to fight the mental erosion with whatever scraps of self-discipline they still have. They memorize legal codes, practice languages, recite religious texts, do imaginary interviews in their heads, draft manifestos no one will ever read. But even that sharpness dulls. Words start to feel foreign. Beliefs start to lose heat. Conviction without audience turns into monologue, and monologue becomes muttering. And the irony is cruel. Many of the men in ADX committed their crimes because they craved control, meaning, or recognition. They operated in extremes of ego wrapped in ideology, ego powered by influence or fear. But the prison is designed to starve ego before it starves the body. It doesn't argue or punish actively. It just denies response. And without resistance, ego has nothing to press against. Eventually, it shrinks to fit the space it's given, a concrete box and an unnoticed life. Time inside ADX isn't measured in years the way it is outside. It's measured in repetitions, meals delivered, lights on, lights off, shackles on, shackles off, mouthfuls swallowed, steps walked, breaths taken. Some men count, others stop. They lose track of how long they've been there, not because the memory is gone, but because time no longer divides into meaningful pieces. Tuesday doesn't exist. October doesn't exist. Holidays, anniversaries, milestones, all erased by sameness. The mind stops marking what it cannot distinguish. Guards sometimes say inmates adjust after a few years. They don't mean it as comfort. Adjustment here is erosion by another word. You stop reacting. You stop expecting. You stop asking why. And when you stop asking why, the prison has finished carving you into exactly what it wants. Silent, contained, and forgettable. The world outside assumes the worst thing you can do to a man is kill him. A DX proves there's something slower, quieter, and more complete than death. Death is a moment. This is erosion stretched across entire seasons of a life until there's nothing left sharp enough to cut back. And the scariest part: the system doesn't pretend otherwise. A DX was built knowing exactly what silence does. The walls don't apologize. The air doesn't comfort. The routine doesn't blink. It just waits. By the time a man realizes he's fading, half of him is already gone. Every prison has a system of trade, even when administration pretends it doesn't. Cigarettes, ramen packs, stamps, favors, phone credits. Currency evolves wherever people are kept in groups. But ADX is different. There's no yard hustle, no kitchen exchange, no smuggling through laundry lines, no shared rec spaces where deals can pass hand to hand. Still, human instinct clings to trade even when trade becomes imaginary. The inmates who came from environments where everything had value, drugs, guns, intel, cigarettes, fear, have to relearn existence in a place where nothing moves. In maximum security joints elsewhere, men operate enterprises through looks, whispers, contraband phones, and hand signs. A DX suffocates those channels before they can form. The rules don't merely limit communication, they eliminate it. And without communication, currency dies. Yet some still try to create it out of the scraps they're given. Stamps become prized exceptions because letters are one of the few forms of expression that can still leave the cell. Books become status signals, not because anyone sees them, but because possessing something to read means you've negotiated or waited something out. Legal pads, pens, extra hygiene items, those become heirlooms in a world where no trade partners exist. But inmates still find ways to treat possession like power. A man who gets a fresh paperback might not share it, even if there's no one to share it with. Another clings to a worn Bible or Quran not only out of belief, but because ownership of anything becomes part of their framing of identity. Some write invisible notes beneath labels on their soap or scratch markings under their mattress, not to signal others, but to mark territory in a world where territory isn't contested. In other prisons, meals can be bargaining chips. At ADX, food is standard, sealed, inspected, and delivered with clinical detachment. No one trades past the door because there is no next door in any practical sense. But men still create ritual around meals, as though someone's watching. They save part of a roll for later. They break cookies into pieces and line them up like chess pawns. They stash salt packets like valuables. In the absence of others, the brain invents the social function of value even when it has nowhere to land. Letters become a kind of currency of the soul. When a family member writes once a year, or a charity group sends a generic holiday postcard, that paper gains more value than money ever had inside other facilities. Men read the same letter 100 times, pressing the ink with their thumbs until the paper softens. Some don't receive anything and start drafting replies to people who, in reality, stopped thinking about them years ago. Even memory itself becomes tradable in the mind. Some inmates replay crimes, not out of pride, but because it's all they have left that seems like content. They turn recollections into mental entertainment, bargaining with the past to survive the present. Others catalogue every detail of a meal they once had outside, every conversation with an old lover, every insult from a rival. They hold their memories like coins, spinning them, exchanging them with themselves, pretending the value remains. But the truth is, without audience, all value erodes. You can't negotiate alone. You can't show off a privilege if no one sees it. Status collapses without eyes to witness it. Some inmates get clever with the only potential points of contact: the ventilation system, the drains, the muffled sound of someone pacing in the next cell. Tapping becomes a primitive channel, but even that is rare and risky. If a guard hears it or suspects communication, the search is immediate and the punishment swift. Privileges revoked, books confiscated, showers delayed, recreation cancelled. So instead of building connections, most men talk through taps only in fantasies. For the few who attempt to pass coded messages through legal mail, the system has filters. Every envelope is opened and reviewed. Words that hint at outside coordination are redacted, or the letter is returned. Even when someone sneaks in layered meaning, there's no guarantee the intended party is even reachable or listening anymore. In the rare instances where an inmate is transferred in from another prison and recognizes a name or a crime connected to someone else in the facility, there's a flicker of attempted connection. A word shouted through a door during movement, a name muttered to a guard hoping it'll travel. But at ADX, names don't travel. The staff doesn't facilitate social ping-pong. The system isn't built for relational maps. It's built to erase them. The only true form of currency left is compliance and sanity. Good behavior doesn't get you upgrades in cell comfort, but it can slow the erosion of what little privilege exists. If you don't threaten staff or damage property, you might keep what few items you have. If you don't scream or throw bodily fluids, you might retain access to books or limited phone calls. In that sense, self-control becomes exchangeable for small mercies. And yet, some blow even that. Rage without witness becomes self-sabotage. When you trash your room in a place like ADX, there's no audience gasping, no rival impressed, no guard intimidated. There's just paperwork, restraint, and empty consequences. The system stays unmoved. You lose more than you gain. And even the memory of rebellion fades in the isolation. It turns out that economy isn't about goods. It's about interaction. Without humans to push against, the very idea of worth decays. At ADX, the mind tries to preserve it anyway. The human brain hates the idea that nothing matters, so it invents small vaults of importance. A folded wrapper becomes treasure. A scrap of paper is an artifact. A line from a letter becomes a mantra. A dream becomes a negotiation with ghosts. That's the final cruelty. Not that trade is impossible, but that instinct keeps trying long after the world stops responding. Even in total isolation, hierarchy tries to grow like a weed in concrete. Not because it's useful, but because the human mind needs to believe there's still a structure somewhere, even if it's invisible, even if it's imaginary. Some inmates convince themselves they outrank others they will never see. They cling to the idea that their crimes were bigger, their enemies deadlier, their sentences more earned. But in ADX, delusion is the only throne left, and even that crumbles without validation. The facility is too sterile to allow symbolic rebellion. There are no communal showers where someone can size you up. No cafeteria where someone can stare you down. No day room where a nod creates loyalty. No fence-line conversations to spark alliances. Even hearing another inmate cough feels like discovering life on another planet. And yet, men still build invisible chains of status in their minds, comparing themselves to ghosts they don't know and rivals they no longer face. In a place with no trade, the only economy left is imagination. A man with 3 books might tell himself he's better off than the man with 1. Someone who received a letter last year might believe he's above a man who hasn't heard his name spoken aloud since sentencing. Another might decide his past victims make him more significant than the terrorist in the next unit, even though neither will ever see the other's face. For some, their crimes become their currency. They replay them like highlight reels, not out of pride, but because it's the last proof that their existence once caused vibrations in the world. They remind themselves of the headlines, the trials, the footage, the panic, the coverage, the outrage, anything to feel like they once mattered. Even if the world has forgotten, they cling to an echo in their head. But echoes fade. A man can only replay the same moment for so long before it loses weight. When there's no one left to fear you, respect you, hate you, or even remember you, that memory begins to feel fictional. That's when hierarchy collapses completely. Power without witnesses becomes a story without listeners. the storyteller eventually stops. Time inside ADX shreds identity the way wind strips paint. One day, a man speaks to a guard as if he's still feared outside, only to realize the officer doesn't care what he did. Another tries to intimidate a mental health worker with his history, only to be met with a neutral gaze that doesn't register awe or fear. When everyone you interact with treats you with the same procedural sameness they'd give to a broken vending machine, you lose the illusion that you're anything more than stored inventory. Some inmates cling to structure by policing themselves. They wake at the same minute every morning, fold their clothes the same way, pace the same number of steps, eat in a sequence like it's ceremonial. But the deeper truth is that they're trying to hold on to control in a place built to erase it. And no matter how rigid they get, there is no one to enforce status, no one to rank beneath or above, no one to recruit, no one to command. Others retreat into fantasy worlds. They imagine conversations with inmates they've never seen. They construct rivalries between cells. They imagine that someone 3 doors down is watching them through vents, judging their strength, waiting for them to fold. They may even talk through the walls, whispering threats or alliances to people who aren't listening or don't exist. It doesn't matter if no response comes. The act keeps the illusion alive for one more night. But eventually, even that exhausts itself. Delusions burn fuel, and ADX cuts the supply. Without stimulus, imagination starts to fray. Even ego needs friction, and in total isolation, friction disappears. The mind defaults to survival, not status. Some inmates stop thinking about their place in a non-existent food chain and start weighing their existence in breaths, meals, and passing days. Meanwhile, the only visible hierarchy is the staff, but they don't play by prison rules. They don't trade respect for compliance. They don't respond to intimidation. Their uniform doesn't elevate or degrade them in the eyes of inmates. It erases the possibility of emotional negotiation. In a twisted way, the guards and case managers hold the only real authority, not because they dominate physically, but because they don't acknowledge the inmate's identity at all. That is more annihilating than brutality. There are no fights to win, no enemies to defeat, no debts to settle. The silence prevents mutiny as effectively as a firing squad. And without shared spaces or shared danger, there's no ecosystem for dominance. Survival doesn't depend on who you can control. It depends on how long your own mind cooperates. Some inmates try to break the monotony by lashing out at staff. They throw meals, clog toilets, flood sinks, scream obscenities for hours. But it's not power. It's panic disguised as defiance. The response is calculated, restrained, and standardized. Extraction team, restraints, write-up, return to silence. The outburst makes no ripple. No one hears it except the men paid not to react. And so the mind eventually settles on the one hierarchy that remains, you versus the void. The void has no face. It doesn't debate. It doesn't threaten. It doesn't provoke. It just exists, unyielding, silent, patient. And that is the purest dominance there is. By the time a man accepts that, whatever imaginary rank he claimed in his head dissolves. A DX does not strip hierarchy. It starves it until it rots. What's left isn't equality. It's erasure. In most prisons, the outside world still feels close. You hear names on the news. You catch glimpses of headlines in a waiting room. You overhear guards talk about local sports, celebrity deaths, political scandals, holidays, hurricanes, elections. Even if you're locked in a cell, you still feel tethered to the planet. But ADX cuts that cord so cleanly, it's like the world ended and no one told you. There's no TV in the common room, because there is no common room. There's no communal radio, no bulletin boards cluttered with outdated flyers or chaplain announcements. There's no loudmouth inmate gossiping about current events or bragging about something he read in the paper. The only information that enters is heavily filtered, and only when the system allows it. For most men inside, the world outside stops the day they arrive. Time becomes a rumor. They don't know who's president anymore, which wars are still going, what laws have changed, who died, who got out, which gangs on the street still exist, whether their city still looks the same. Some stop asking themselves those questions altogether. The outside world is like a language they used to speak, but haven't heard in so long they stopped remembering the sounds. Even when newspapers are allowed, they're often weeks old, heavily redacted or shared through restricted channels. Some inmates flip through them and see strangers' faces where icons used to be. Leaders they once threatened or praised are gone. Movements they believed in are replaced by new ones that don't know they ever existed. The world evolves, trends shift, and entire cultures change without them. And the silence outside their cell feeds into the illusion that nothing has changed except them. Someone might remember the last time they saw a cell phone was before touchscreens existed. Another might still picture cars with models that don't drive anymore. Music stopped the year they were caught. Technology froze on the day of their sentencing. The idea of social media, streaming, electric cars, viral news, they know it exists, but it feels fictional. Phone calls, when they happen, are short, supervised, and rationed. Some men haven't heard a familiar voice in years. For a few, their first phone call in a decade feels like being contacted from another universe. Family members age, children become adults, parents die, friends disappear, wives move on or stop trying. Siblings start sounding like strangers, and each call highlights the distance more than it bridges it. Letters become time capsules. Mail trickles in, not flows. When an inmate opens an envelope and sees a photo from a family event 5 years ago, it feels like someone mailed them evidence of a world that forgot to invite them. Loved ones write less as their own lives move forward. Birthdays stop being mentioned, holidays get ignored. Eventually, silence replaces the correspondence, not out of cruelty, but exhaustion. Even lawyers, those last thin strings to relevance, lose urgency over time. Appeals stall. Paperwork fades into bureaucracy. Attorneys rotate. Legal assistants change. Court decisions get delayed. Hope becomes a ritual thought, not a real expectation. A court victory, if it ever arrives, feels like something that belongs to someone else. And news of death comes in strange ways. A guard might mention casually that someone an inmate once knew isn't around anymore. A letter might say a mother passed away 6 months ago, as though the timing doesn't matter to someone who can't leave the room. Funerals happen without them. No calls, no visits. The world buries people without notifying the buried. Sometimes inmates try to reconstruct time from scraps. They count meals to guess the month. They track temperature changes in the vent to guess the season. They remember that certain menu items rotate near certain holidays. They might hear fireworks faintly from a distant town on the 4th of July, if the wind, silence and fate allow. But most of the year, every day is identical, and the past starts blending until it's hard to know if a memory happened 5 years ago or 20. And then there's the fear of re-emergence, if it ever comes. Some inmates will die inside before a release or transfer is even considered. But the few who hold on to the possibility of leaving someday quietly panic at the thought of stepping into a world that no longer matches anything in their head. They picture walking into sunlight and feeling like an alien. They imagine people staring, not because of their crimes, but because they don't know how to speak the language of the era they've missed. Inside ADX, the past becomes the present because it's all they have left. They cling to the identities they walked in with, even if those identities expired outside. A gangster from the 90s might not realize his crew dissolved years ago. An ideologue might not know the cause he fought for has been rebranded, forgotten, or defeated. A killer who once made headlines might not know no one remembers his name anymore. And the system doesn't remind them. It's not designed to keep them informed. It's designed to keep them contained. Knowledge isn't considered a necessity. Understanding the world outside is seen as irrelevant to their continued existence. The fewer updates, the fewer sparks of ambition. A DX is a burial ground for relevance, not just physically, but historically. You don't just lose today, you lose the concept of tomorrow. Men who once rewired entire regions with fear now sit wondering if the mall they used to walk through still exists, or whether their hometown still speaks the same language. Some try to recall street names, but forget the shapes. Others imagine faces of old allies, but can't remember the color of their eyes. The brain holds what it can, but when no new input replaces the old, memory becomes a photograph left in the sun. And the most haunting part? Eventually, most of them stop caring that the world moved on. For most men in prison, the world outside represents either hope or unfinished business. Maybe they dream of release, or maybe they fantasize about influence that still waits beyond the walls. But at ADX, the outside world becomes mythical, less a destination and more a story they used to believe in. It becomes so distant that even imagining it feels like recalling another lifetime. Some try to stay updated by asking guards indirect questions, pretending casual curiosity. But the staff doesn't bite. Their replies are flat, factual, or dismissive. If an inmate asks who the president is, they might get a name with no context or no answer at all. If they ask about wars, celebrity deaths, or major events, they're met with silence. And after a while, the men stop asking. Curiosity dies when every answer leads nowhere. Even the sky feels foreign. Recreation cages show only fragments of it, cut by fencing, razor wire, concrete and steel. No horizon, no trees, no traffic noise, no planes passing close enough to draw the eye. Some inmates forget the shape of clouds. Others squint at the sun like it's a stranger that used to know them. Seasons pass in theory, not sensation. The world could be underwater, on fire, or frozen solid, and they'd never know. When transfer rumors start, because sometimes they trickle in, men speculate silently. Maybe someone died. Maybe someone snapped. Maybe someone got moved to a psychiatric unit or an aging wing. But there's no gossip train here, no grapevine carrying truths or lies. Most of the time, no one ever finds out where anyone goes. People disappear into paperwork, not conversation. The slow vanishing of identity is matched by the vanishing of context. A man might repeat to himself that he was once from Chicago, once from Miami, once from Riyadh or Brooklyn or Phoenix. But what does that matter when he no longer knows what those cities look like, who runs them, or if the streets he knew even exist? Neighborhoods get bulldozed, empires change hands, street codes evolve, cultures shift, slang mutates, the flags of allegiance get redrawn, and the isolated mind can't compete with that kind of erosion. Even the concept of technology becomes intimidating. Some inmates entered before smartphones were common, some before the internet was public, some before social media, streaming or biometric locks were mainstream. They imagine a world of payphones and folded newspapers, and in their mental world, that reality still stands. But somewhere under the silence, they suspect that stepping outside today would feel like stepping onto another planet. And the world outside, for its part, adapts just fine without them. Victims heal or don't, families rebuild or let go, laws change, politicians cycle, other criminals rise and fall, new fugitives claim headlines, new ideologies ignite or fizzle out, and the absence of these men becomes less like a relief or a punishment, and more like a clerical fact. Some men used to believe rumor would keep their names alive. They thought their legacies would echo in prisons, on streets, in chat rooms, in headlines, in the minds of enemies. But ADX is not a place where legacy breathes. Nothing leaves the walls except silence and paperwork. Occasionally, a journalist writes about the facility, a documentary mentions a name, or a podcast episode drags an old crime back into circulation. But the inmates never hear it. They don't stream media. They don't get interview clips or commentary. Even when the world speaks their names, the sound doesn't make it back to them. They are the only people on Earth who don't know how forgotten they really are. And for those with sentences so long that time bends, life without parole, multiple lifetimes, 200-year stretches, the future becomes a shape they stop trying to see. They stop pretending tomorrow matters. Days melt into each other. The calendar loses all authority. Their crimes are aging, but they aren't there to witness the aging of anything else. Some men hold on to a fantasy that if they ever left, they could reclaim some version of themselves. But a part of them knows the self they'd reclaim doesn't exist anywhere except in the shell of memory. They wouldn't recognize the world, and the world wouldn't recognize them. The disconnect is so complete that even hope starts to feel like a prank. Then there's the quiet surrender, the point where a man stops imagining the outside altogether. Not out of despair, but out of adaptation. He stops asking how things have changed, stops filing memories into timelines, stops waiting for information. In that surrender, the outside world becomes background static, and the prison becomes the entire map of existence. A DX isn't just a place of physical confinement. It's a vacuum that seals off the past and blocks the future. It freezes the present and repeats it until even the concept of time feels optional. When the world moves on without you long enough, you don't chase it. You forget it was ever running. For most inmates here, the world beyond the fences doesn't end with a bang or a goodbye. It just fades like a photograph left in the rain. Silence isn't the only weapon ADX uses. Consistency is its twin blade. Every day arrives wearing the same face, the same voice, the same weight. Most inmates don't remember what day of the week it is, not because they're careless, but because the system has removed every marker that would make knowing useful. Time doesn't pass here. It loops. The routine is mechanical to the point of cruelty. Breakfast arrives around the same hour each morning, though no clock confirms it. A tray slides through the slot, carrying the same rotation of bland, ration-approved food. No smells drift from kitchens. No clatter of carts pushed down a hallway. No line of inmates waiting their turn. You don't walk to meals. Meals come to the door like an automated message. Head counts happen so predictably that the sound of footsteps in the corridor becomes a trigger for muscle memory. Stand or sit, show your face, wait for the eyes behind the glass to confirm you're still breathing. No conversation, no acknowledgement beyond a nod or a number read off a clipboard. When the guard moves on, silence returns like a curtain dropping. Showers aren't daily luxuries, they're scheduled allowances. In some units, it's 3 times a week. In others, fewer. You're cuffed through the slot before the door opens. You step into a cage or a stall barely bigger than a closet. Water sputters out with no steam, no comfort, no privacy. You have minutes, then restraints go back on. Even hygiene becomes a performance of compliance. Recreation isn't recreation. It's an hour, if you're lucky, in another concrete box, sometimes with a grated ceiling where you can see a sliver of sky too small to mean anything. No basketball courts, no weights, no joggers pacing fences. You stand, walk in circles, or sit on the floor. Some inmates refuse rec entirely because leaving the cell only reminds them how pointless movement has become. Medical visits follow the same sterile detachment. You don't present symptoms so much as get processed. Blood pressure, questions asked through glass, sometimes meds passed through a slot. no bedside manner, no conversation about pain unless it changes policy or paperwork. Illness doesn't earn compassion here, it earns observation. The cleaning of cells is done by the occupant. Supplies arrive in small, approved amounts. You wipe the same surfaces over and over because staring at filth in solitude is another kind of torture. Some clean obsessively, others stop cleaning altogether, neither choice changing anything beyond the smell. Mail call is the only unpredictable moment, but even that predictability is hollow. Days or weeks might pass with nothing. Then a letter arrives, opened by staff first, sometimes photocopied or blacked out before you see it. If no one writes, nothing arrives. If someone does, the system still decides when and how you hear from them. Lights go out on a schedule you don't control. Some inmates sleep when darkness comes. Others lie awake staring at shadows, listening to the hum of air vents and the occasional metal shift of a door. Noise becomes an event. A distant bang echoes like thunder. A cough 2 cells down sounds like a memory. And yet, the sameness is not gentle. It's suffocating. Outside, monotony is a complaint. In ADX, it's a slow-motion execution. When nothing changes, your brain stops tracking the future. There are no weekends to look forward to, no holidays to anticipate, no visits breaking the horizon, no sense of almost there. Every hour mirrors the last so perfectly that memory starts to smear. A man could live here 20 years and struggle to name 10 distinct days. Some inmates try to carve routines inside the larger routine. They assign themselves imaginary tasks, write 10 lines in a journal even if there's nothing to say, do a set number of push-ups at random intervals, pace the cell north to south exactly 50 times, sit in silence for an hour pretending it's meditation. These acts are less about structure and more about convincing the mind it still has authority over something. But authority fades in the face of repetition. Even rituals lose meaning when done in a vacuum. A man might promise himself he'll read a book for an hour every morning, only to realize he no longer knows whether it's morning or if he's read that same page yesterday, last week, or 3 months ago. The guards don't break routine either. Their steps fall into the rhythm of men who know nothing spontaneous will ever happen. They don't need to raise their voices. They don't bark orders. They don't move with adrenaline. They move with quiet inevitability, like clock hands that never stop but never hurry. To the inmates, it's not just control, it's prophecy. The day will repeat itself because nothing here chooses to change. Even discipline is routine. An inmate who acts out is not surprised by the response. Extraction teams suit up the same way every time. Words are exchanged with the firmness of a script. Restraints click shut with the finality of a closing paragraph. The cell is restored. The day continues. There is no fallout, no ripple. The system doesn't remember anger, it just files it. Visitors, when they exist at all, are regimented like everything else. Permission takes weeks or months. Conversations happen through glass, with speakers you can barely hear and cameras overhead. Contact visits don't happen at ADX. Hugging your mother, shaking your lawyer's hand, holding your child, that world ends long before you arrive. In the absence of chaos, monotony becomes its own form of violence. It doesn't beat you, it sands you down. There's no fight to win, no finish line, just the slow wearing away of edges that once made you feel alive. And eventually, the sameness stops feeling oppressive. It starts feeling infinite, a loop without exit, a hallway with no turns, a clock that ticks but never moves forward. In ADX, routine isn't structure. It's a sentence inside the sentence. There's something uniquely crushing about a life where nothing surprises you. Not because you're brave, but because surprise has been surgically removed. Routine in ADX isn't comfort. It's confinement wearing the mask of order. When everything is predictable, nothing has meaning, not time, not action, not thought. The sameness becomes so absolute that even remembering what change felt like becomes difficult. Most inmates stop tracking dates within the first year. Months dissolve. Seasons don't touch them. They don't see leaves change, don't hear rain on windows, don't feel cold wind or summer heat except in vague, filtered whispers through ventilation shafts. Without environmental markers, time stops behaving like time. It becomes a flat line stretching in every direction. Some men once swore they'd never lose themselves to routine. They entered furious, resistant, sharp. They told themselves they'd keep count. Days, weeks, years, every shift, every meal. They'd keep mental calendars alive through force of will. But memory fights a losing battle when every day is the same clay poured into the same mold. What used to be milestones, birthdays, legal updates, anniversaries of crimes or convictions, fade without reinforcement. Even reminders from the outside lose clarity. A letter mentions a child graduating or a parent aging, and the inmate nods, pretending he can still gauge time in the same units. But a few years might feel like one long afternoon. A decade might feel like a handful of nights. Without visible change to measure against, time inside becomes opinion, not fact. Some inmates make marks, tiny scratches on walls, in mattresses, on paper margins, to track something only they understand. But even those systems can collapse when the monotony blurs memory. Did they carve that line yesterday or last month? Did they skip a day? Were they counting days or meals or something else? Soon the marks become as abstract as the thoughts that inspired them. And despite everything, the system doesn't rush a single second. It doesn't hurry the men toward breakdown or clarity. It just holds them still. The silence presses but doesn't shout. The routine constricts but doesn't strike. The walls don't move, so neither does perception. Even the smallest disruptions feel like earthquakes. A delay in meal delivery might jolt an inmate's sense of reality more than violence ever could. Hearing a guard cough or sneeze can feel like witnessing nature. Once in a while, a distant door slams, and it echoes through concrete like a gunshot in a tomb. But the world settles again before the brain finishes reacting. In the absence of change, even thought loses aggression. Anger becomes tired. Ambition becomes hypothetical. Vengeance becomes a story with no characters. Plans for the future wither not because they're impossible, but because the mind forgets how to imagine forward. You can't visualize tomorrow when yesterday never ended. And for those who remember life before ADX, the chaos, the danger, the money, the adrenaline, the movement, the contrast becomes unbearable to contemplate. Some try to relive moments as if replaying them can keep them alive. But without new input, the rewinds get slower, fuzzier, shorter. The past becomes a hallway with fewer and fewer doors. Men start to observe themselves like objects. They watch their hands and wonder when the veins changed. They catch a glimpse of their reflection in a metal surface and feel like they're looking at someone who borrowed their face. Their hair grays without witness. Their muscles shrink without resistance. Their eyes lose the alertness that once defined them. And the guards, steady as clocks, reinforce the monotony. They walk the same routes, speak in the same neutral tones, respond with the same scripted phrases. They don't age in the eyes of inmates, just replace each other with fresh uniforms and unchanged expressions. A new officer blends into the old one because the job molds them into uniform silence. You don't remember faces when faces never stay long enough or speak loudly enough to distinguish themselves. Medical staff rotate with the same muted rhythm. Pills slide through slots. Symptoms get noted, not discussed. Even injury loses urgency unless death is hovering. Pain becomes part of the routine too, swallowed and unacknowledged. Occasionally, an inmate transfers out to another high-security unit, a medical facility, or a psych wing. The event barely makes a sound. The absence creates no ripple. The cell is cleaned, reset, reassigned. Another body slides into the vacancy. The hallway looks the same. The footsteps sound no different. Whatever name once occupied the space becomes another ghost in a system that doesn't carry echoes. And so monotony becomes not just the environment, but the identity. You stop being the man who committed a crime and start being the man who exists in a loop. You're not feared, challenged, or acknowledged. You're cycled. The cruelty is that this kind of predictability doesn't numb quickly. It wears the mind slowly, patiently, like water shaping stone. It doesn't break you in a week. It doesn't flatten you in a month. It waits until you forget you were ever whole. A man might not scream here, but that doesn't mean he isn't cracking. The silence lets the fractures form quietly, with no witnesses, no interventions. By the time the system senses a crack, it's too late. The structure has already settled into brokenness. Because at ADX, routine isn't something you live through. It's something that lives through you. Control is a word people on the outside misunderstand. They think it means force, cuffs, guns, walls, guards yelling orders. But real control doesn't raise its voice. It doesn't need to. A DX was built to prove that. Authority here doesn't come from confrontation. It comes from design. The walls do most of the work. The architecture itself is a warden. From the moment an inmate arrives, he's not greeted. He's processed. His chains aren't removed in a dramatic unshackling. They're traded for more rules, more barriers, more silence. Movement is not granted, it's calculated. Guards don't wrestle men into compliance. They direct through procedure. Power isn't asserted by dominance. It's embedded so deeply in the structure that rebellion has nowhere to catch fire. Even the hallways enforce obedience. They're narrow, windowless, lined with reinforced doors that seal sound as well as movement. Cameras catch every angle. There are no blind spots, no corners to hide behind, no shadows wide enough for secrets. The dots on the floor show exactly where to stand during escort. You don't slouch. You don't look around. You don't get lost. The path is decided before you walk it. Doors are controlled remotely, not by keys jingling at someone's belt. A guard sits behind protective glass or in a control room, pressing buttons that open and close cells like automated jaws. If you're being moved, the route is locked down before your cuffs even click. No other inmate sees you. No one crosses paths. Even eye contact is an event the system prevents. Cuffs stay on until the last possible second, and sometimes past that. Wrist restraints, ankles shackled, a chain across the waist so your hands don't rise above your stomach. Some men remember when they could at least pretend to resist. Now resistance feels like an imaginary muscle. Staff don't use names if they can avoid it. Names humanize, and ADX doesn't play with humanity unless paperwork demands it. Inmate, offender, step forward, face the door, back up. Orders aren't shouted. They don't have to be. You follow them not because someone is barking, but because the system made sure you have no other rhythm left. Even punishment blends seamlessly into the routine. If you refuse an order, you don't enter a dramatic standoff, you enter a procedure. Lights flash. Response teams assemble in silence. Heavy gear, shields gas if needed, the sound of boots. Then compliance by force, not to make a point, but to restore the machine's schedule. No celebration, no commentary, just a report and the next task. Some inmates believe at first they can read the guards, influence them, push or provoke or manipulate. But the guards don't play roles. They rotate shifts, speak minimally, and don't engage in banter. They're trained not to rise to threats or flattery. No one builds a relationship, positive or negative. To the staff, the inmate is not an opponent or a partner. It's a protocol. Even violence, when it happens, doesn't feel like violence. It feels like maintenance. A cell extraction looks like a factory operation. Shields forward, restraints applied, bodies lifted or dragged, a nurse documenting vitals, a supervisor observing through a camera feed. There's no dialogue, no lecture about consequences. Once the inmate is secured, the hallway is clear again in minutes. Fear here doesn't come from the risk of getting hurt. It comes from knowing you could scream for hours and the walls would swallow it whole. In other prisons, even solitary has the noise of others banging or yelling or cursing. In ADX, the silence is engineered so thoroughly that even a breakdown can't echo. Disobedience has nowhere to land. You can't rally anyone. You can't send a message. You can't flip a table or throw a punch that changes anything. You can't protest to your block or negotiate with a lieutenant. The only witness to your defiance is the cell, and the cell does not respond. And the system doesn't taunt you with its power. It acts like power is just an operating requirement, the same way electricity runs through wires or water drips from a faucet. You're not being dominated. You're being managed. Visits, if approved, are held behind glass with thick partitions and monitored lines. No hugs, no handshakes, no whispering. Even the smallest attempt at connection is filtered through security. The staff doesn't worry about contraband. They worry about the concept of someone touching the outside world. Calls are controlled down to the minute. They're monitored in real time. The line goes dead when it's supposed to, not a second later. If your voice strains or rises, it doesn't matter. The person listening is trained not to react. Appeals go through channels so slow and cold that hope becomes a joke whispered to yourself. Lawyers file motions, but the prison remains unchanged. Even if a court trims a sentence, the pace of paperwork ensures the body doesn't move quickly. Control here is not about fear, it's about inevitability. You don't obey because you're scared. You obey because there is no space in which disobedience has shape. Florence doesn't shout, it doesn't threaten, it doesn't remind you who's in charge. It simply removes any version of reality where you aren't. And most prisons, control is a visible performance. Raised voices, clanging bars, guards barking threats, inmates posturing back. Power is a contest, even when the outcome is rigged. But at ADX, the performance is over before it begins. There's nothing to argue with, nothing to challenge. The authority here is so complete, it doesn't even bother to announce itself. You can tell by the way the staff walks. They don't rush. They don't stare inmates down. They don't carry themselves like people expecting resistance. They move with the calm of workers in a sealed environment, like technicians in a sterile lab. They're not here to win anything. They're here to maintain a system designed to eliminate the possibility of losing. Some inmates arrive thinking they can test the perimeter. They've manipulated wardens before, bent rules in other institutions, built influence through charisma, violence, or intimidation. But ADX doesn't take the bait. The prison isn't a conversation, it's an equation. You don't argue with math. Even the escorts feel mathematical. One guard in front, one behind, sometimes more, all in precise formation. Each step is controlled by policy, not personality. You don't get rushed or dragged. You move when they tell you, stop when they tell you, turn when they tell you. There's no improvisation. The chain of motion is rehearsed into muscle memory by people who don't care how you feel about it. The silence between staff and inmates is part of the structure, not the cold hostility of enemies, but the absence of engagement between operators and inventory. You can curse or beg, but the response is the same. Nothing. Instructions are delivered like system alerts, firm, brief, uninterested in your reaction. If you comply, protocol advances. If you resist, a different page of the same protocol activates. And because there's no audience, defiance collapses. Pushing back feels theatrical when no one sees the scene. A punch thrown at a guard in another prison earns you reputation points, war stories, fear, or legend. Here, it earns you restraints, paperwork, and the same silence you started with. The story dies before it breathes. There's a reason ADX rarely sees riots, uprisings, or large-scale disorder. Not because the men inside aren't capable of chaos. They've led death squads, bombings, mass shootings, syndicates, militias, and gangs. But collective unrest requires contact. It needs sparks passed from mind to mind. A DX sealed every fuse before the first inmate arrived. Orders from the outside don't penetrate either. There's no way to relay messages in or out that could mobilize anyone. Mail is scanned, phone calls monitored, and visits sterilized. Every interaction is broken into clean pieces, analyzed, and reassembled with nothing dangerous left. Power structures that once thrived on whispers and signals dissolve before they can form. Even the fantasy of rebellion loses steam. Some inmates start planning escapes in their heads the way they once did in lower security facilities. They imagine guard rotations, weak spots in the schedule, hiding places, unsecured vents. But after months or years of observation, they realize the building has no cracks, only checkpoints, only sealed transitions, only windows that don't open set into walls built like fortresses. Weapons don't circulate because circulation doesn't exist. You can't fashion a shank from scraps when every item in your possession is counted, approved, inspected, and replaced on a timetable. You can't stash contraband when searches are random but inevitable, and every crack in the wall has been examined more times than your own reflection. Punishment doesn't escalate, it repeats. Misconduct doesn't poison the system, it feeds back into it. You lose rec time, you lose mail, you lose books. You spend even more time alone, which is like asking a drowning man to breathe water. And when that punishment ends, your life resets to the original sentence, solitude in a cube. No guard needs to threaten an inmate with solitary confinement. Solitary is the baseline. There is nowhere worse to send you, no deeper pit to fall into. That understanding alone neutralizes most aggression. You can't escalate conflict when the ceiling and floor are the same. A DX enforces control not with brutality, but by stripping conflict of purpose. When resistance has no effect, it stops being resistance. It becomes movement without destination. And movement without destination dies quickly. The guards don't need to believe in the inmate's humanity, and they don't need to deny it either. They just don't engage with it. That's more effective than hatred. Hatred can be contested. Indifference can't. Even legal victories feel inconsequential. An inmate might win a motion, shave years off his sentence, or get approval for slightly modified conditions. But the change is procedural, not personal. The cell stays the same. The silence stays the same. The world outside remains unreachable. Some men try to hold on to control internally. They regulate their breathing, craft mental schedules, memorize case law, write letters they'll never send, rehearse conversations that will never happen. These rituals give them an illusion of agency, but even that shrinks over time. You can only tighten your grip on nothing for so long. Eventually, control isn't something done to them. It becomes the atmosphere they breathe. They no longer imagine options because imagining leads nowhere. They don't ask what they're allowed to do. They live in the understanding that whatever is allowed is already happening, and whatever isn't allowed doesn't exist. Authority in ADX doesn't announce itself. It doesn't loom or roar. It just lets you discover that you belong to it in every direction. A DX doesn't break everyone in the same way. Some men crack loud and early, shouting at doors, smashing what little they're given, begging for transfers to anywhere else. Others deteriorate quietly, losing colour in their thoughts like old photographs fading in a drawer. But there's another group the system produces. Those who don't break, don't scream, don't disappear. They harden, not out of strength, but adaptation. These aren't success stories. They aren't cautionary tales. They're men turned into creatures of habit so deep their minds grow armour over the damage. They learn to function inside isolation the way deep-sea fish evolve to live without light. Survival doesn't come from hope. It comes from shifting into something that doesn't need hope at all. Each one develops a routine that looks like discipline but smells like surrender. They wake at the same moment every morning, not because they care to start the day, but because their brain no longer distinguishes waking from waiting. They sit or stand or stretch in the same order. They eat with mechanical stillness. They clean without thought. They lie down because it's time, not because they're tired. They don't talk to themselves as much anymore. The stage of muttering at walls passes. So does the phase of hallucinated company or imagined arguments. Eventually, silence becomes the only voice worth listening to. It doesn't ask questions, it doesn't mock, it doesn't remind. And silence, unlike memory, doesn't change. These hardened minds don't expect kindness from the system, so they don't feel anger when it withholds it. They don't wait for letters that may never come. They don't replay the past in loops of blame or pride. Memory becomes something distant, like a film they watched once and can't recall clearly. The names once carved into their identity, victims, allies, rivals, lovers, children, lose their faces, then their sounds, then their relevance. They don't keep calendars in their heads. They don't ask about presidents, wars, court rulings, or world events. They don't dream about parole or courtroom reversals. They exist in a kind of suspended present, where the concepts of before and after are decorations with no wall to hang on. Some study, not to learn, but to pass the void of hours. They memorize religious texts, laws, languages, poetry, encyclopedic facts, or their own legal files. But the knowledge doesn't fuel ambition. It just occupies brain space like furniture in an empty house. They don't recite for future use. They recite to quiet the background hum of being alive with no direction. You can spot this type, not because they act out, but because they don't. Their compliance isn't submissive, it's inert. They don't flinch at commands. They don't make eye contact to challenge or plead. They move like they've rehearsed every moment in their heads 1,000 times and know exactly how much energy to spend on existing. When they get mail, even rarely, they read it once, maybe twice, then fold it away without emotion. The news doesn't land. The voices of relatives feel like messages from another life they're no longer auditioning for. Love doesn't sting, absence doesn't ache. They've rerouted whatever part of themselves felt longing into something colder, narrower, and more tucked away. If a lawyer visits, they respond politely, but with the vague detachment of a witness to someone else's case. They might answer questions, nod at updates, even sign documents. But the fire is gone. Freedom is no longer a goal. It's an idea that belonged to a version of themselves that no longer holds the lease. Some guards prefer men like this. They follow rules without resistance and don't provoke reaction. But the stillness is deceptive. This isn't peace. It's erosion shaped into posture. It's damage wearing discipline like a uniform. And when extraction teams come for one of these men, not because he's violent, but because policy says he's moving cells, they don't protest. They don't tense up. They put their hands through the slot for cuffs. They stand when told. They shuffle forward, eyes unfocused but steady. They get shackled, escorted, relocated, unshackled, and sealed in new walls without a single spike of adrenaline. If they speak, it's minimal. Yes. No. Here. I understand. Their words aren't submission. They're placeholders. Language becomes functional, not expressive. Emotion is folded away so tightly it barely exists in memory. When holidays pass, they don't notice. When other inmates bang on doors or scream down the hall, they don't respond. When a new guard tries to test boundaries or spark conversation, they don't engage. They aren't resisting. They're inaccessible. The system likes to think this is control succeeding, that these men are tamed. But control didn't tame them. It starved them of alternatives until the only thing left was existence stripped of urgency. And perhaps the most disturbing truth is this: some of them feel more stable than the men who still rage. There's no fear of madness because madness already settled and hardened its shape. There's no panic about tomorrow because tomorrow is the same as today and yesterday and every day onward. The mind didn't break. It sealed itself. They survive not by fighting the cage, but by becoming a creature that doesn't need doors. And once that transformation takes root, the question isn't whether they'll make it out. It's whether anything of them still could. There's a misconception that the men who harden in ADX are the strongest, the ones who outlast the torment. But strength has nothing to do with it. What they become isn't resilience, it's reduction. The system doesn't toughen them. It sands them down until only the most functional parts remain, like stripping a machine to its gears and leaving only what still turns. These inmates stop reacting to things that would have sparked fury or fear in their earlier lives. If they're denied something, they don't curse. If a guard speaks sharply, they don't bristle. If hours pass without food arriving on time, they don't ask questions. They just wait. The edge of emotion is gone. It's not even buried. It's dissolved. They don't replay their crimes with pride or regret. Those memories fade into static. Faces of victims, co-conspirators and rivals become unreachable. Even their own past motives blur. Was it ideology, money, power, rage? They might remember the facts, but not the feeling. The emotional temperature of their life story cools until it's barely warm enough to acknowledge. Many used to fantasize about violence, escape, revenge, legacy. Now they fantasize about nothing at all. Daydreaming is a luxury that requires momentum, and momentum doesn't survive in concrete. They don't picture walking free, hugging family, or settling scores. The future stopped being a setting the day they stopped expecting it to arrive. And the staff, whether they know it or not, treat these men like fixed objects. They don't test them or anticipate blowback. If orders are given, they're followed. If procedures unfold, they unfold without drama. There's no need for threat displays or warnings. Compliance is so absolute, it doesn't feel like individual choice anymore. It feels like programming. The most chilling part? These men don't hate the system anymore. Hatred requires energy. It requires contrast. It requires the belief that something different could exist. Once a man accepts that this is all there is, that the cell is the world and the world is gone, hatred loses its teeth. Indifference takes its place. Even their movements become efficient. They don't pace in agitation. They don't hit the walls or stomp floors. They walk slow, measured lines. They stand still for long periods without shifting weight. They sleep without restlessness, not because they're at peace, but because exhaustion and awareness merged into something neutral. And while other inmates might still talk through vents or try to tap code through pipes, the hardened ones don't bother. They aren't hostile to connection. They just no longer believe in it. The idea that another voice could matter fades after so many answers go unheard. Some of them perform small tasks the way monks perform rituals. Folding the mattress, aligning the shoes, stacking commissary items in symmetrical order. Not because clean space brings peace, but because order is the only concept left they can influence. Chaos requires novelty, and novelty has been outlawed by the architecture. These aren't the loud suicides or the frantic breakdowns. They don't scream into their meals or carve messages into their arms. They don't beg for relocation or call out to unseen neighbors. They don't cry where cameras can see or where no one can. Their decline isn't collapse, it's compression. And yet, if you look closely, not through glass, not through reports, but through the long arc of who they were, you see the damage. Their eyes don't hold anything. They don't scan the room. They don't flicker with suspicion or aggression. They look without seeking, vision reduced to registering shape and movement, not meaning. Sometimes a guard will accidentally test their detachment, drop a tray too hard, speak with unexpected irritation, delay a door, and the hardened inmate just waits, not with patience, with vacancy. The guard might feel a chill, but not know why. The man in front of them isn't submitting. He's gone. If a rare phone call comes and a distant relative asks, "How are you holding up?" the answer might be, "I'm all right," not because it's true, but because the question doesn't land anywhere emotional. The words pass through them like air through a vent. When the call ends, the silence feels identical. Even the prospect of death doesn't provoke anything. They don't fear dying alone. They don't crave a funeral, a last statement, a final audience. They don't imagine peace or punishment. They've already stopped living in the way living is normally defined. And perhaps the darkest truth is this: if the doors swung open one day, many wouldn't run. They wouldn't know what to do with the space. Freedom would feel like noise. Interaction would feel like threat. The world would feel too big, too bright, too fast, too loud. The cell may have shrunk them, but it also became the only environment they can still function in. A DX wasn't designed to rehabilitate or to brutalize. It was designed to neutralize. For the men who harden, the mission is complete. Their violence doesn't leak because nothing inside them is pressurized anymore. Their identities don't thrive because there's no air left for identity to breathe. They aren't reformed, they're archived. And when the record closes on a life that no longer moves, the system doesn't celebrate. It just notes the stillness and continues. Silence eats most things at ADX, but there's one hunger even isolation can't fully erase: the need to remember you were once alive in a world with motion, danger, noise, and consequence. For some inmates, memory becomes both a refuge and a weapon. They cling to moments from the past, not out of nostalgia, but because it's the only way to prove to themselves they didn't start existing the day the door shut behind them. The memories come in fragments, not full reels. A streetlight flashing across wet pavement before a getaway. The sound of a victim screaming. The thunk of a shotgun slide. A stack of cash being counted. The way adrenaline used to taste. Metallic, electric, hot. A woman laughing in a car at night. Sirens closing in. The first time they stabbed someone. The first time they got stabbed back. The smell of gasoline. The feel of rope. The camera flash in a courtroom. The weight of handcuffs before they became permanent. Some rewrite their own histories to soften them. They remember themselves as strategists, not butchers. As soldiers, not terrorists. As leaders, not criminals. They cut out the fear, the desperation, the mistakes, the betrayals. They frame the past like a myth only they can guard. The cell becomes a shrine where their ego is the only relic that hasn't been confiscated. Others lean into the violence, replaying it like a soundtrack to drown out the nothing around them. They whisper the names of the people they hurt, not in remorse, but as proof they once stirred the air when they moved. They imagine old enemies still hate them, still whisper their name, still sleep with weapons nearby. It doesn't matter if that's true. Truth doesn't visit ADX. Some hold on to faces. A son who stopped writing, a girl they scared, a boss who loaned them money, a partner who went down first, a body in a trunk, a rival bleeding in a stairwell, a lover whispering lies. Faces flicker in and out like dying bulbs. Sometimes the voices stay longer, sentences looping until repetition strips them of meaning. And then there are the ones who refuse to remember at all. They wall off the past because it no longer belongs to them. They don't want to picture the streets, the houses, the cars, the crews, the guns. They don't want to taste the alcohol or smell the sweat of bodies pressed in nightclubs or safe houses. Remembering hurts worse than solitude because it shows them how much was lost. Memory becomes a taunt. Even regret is strange here. In other prisons, guilt has an audience. Pastors, therapists, cellmates, letters to family. In ADX, guilt has no witness, so it becomes a private hallucination. Some pray not for forgiveness, but for silence in their own head. Others apologize into the air without expecting absolution. A few wish they'd been executed instead of entombed. Sometimes memories mutate. Inmates start adding things that never happened or deleting things that did. They convince themselves they didn't kill that person, or that they killed more, that they were betrayed when they weren't, or supported when they stood alone. Isolation twists recollection until fantasy and fact hold hands. They think about their arrests, the lights, the agents, the dogs, the helicopters, the shouting, the cuffs, the cameras, the smug look on the detective's face, the silence after the verdict. Some try to relive the trial, remembering the prosecution's words like insults carved into their skull. Others try to rebuild their defense arguments in perfect form, as if a judge could still hear them through concrete. And yet, no matter how vivid the past tries to be, it always ends the same, in the cell. The memory never escapes the loop. The story cuts off at the sound of a door that locked behind them forever. Everything before that moment becomes a dream running out of breath. Sometimes they dream while awake. They picture what they'd do if they could step into the world for 1 minute, breathe real air, smell food cooking, hear music blasting from a passing car, feel heat from a passing engine, walk on grass, see someone smile or scowl. That 1 minute becomes its own religion. But the fantasy rarely survives the silence more than a few days. Even longing needs fuel. And for men who once thrived on chaos, bombings, betrayals, armed robberies, assassinations, movement across borders, the stillness of memory is cruel. Their adrenaline was once a compass. Now time is a wall. The older ones try to hold on to the details, but the brain does what the prison does. It erases what it can't use. The younger men sometimes idolize their own past until it swallows them. They convince themselves they're still feared in cities that forgot their names. They imagine law enforcement still files reports about them. They picture their enemies growing old in dread. They picture protégés still running operations in their honor. The only proof they ever existed is the story they repeat in their head. Memory can keep a man functioning, but it can also kill him slowly. Because every time he remembers what he was, the cell reminds him what he is, a relic with a pulse. And sooner or later, even the past gets tired of being carried by someone the world buried without a grave. Memory in ADX isn't just a mental reflex. It's one of the last battlegrounds a man has. When you can't move your body, can't speak to anyone, can't see more than concrete and your own breath, the mind becomes the only space with any elasticity left. Some use it to survive. Some use it to self-destruct. Some stop using it altogether. There are inmates who cling to exact days from decades ago. The day they shot someone. The first time they held a weapon. The night a deal went bad. the smell of sweat on someone they loved, the sound a body made hitting tile, the taste of cocaine in the back of their throat, the way their name sounded on the evening news. They rerun those moments with clarity so sharp it cuts through the stillness of their cell like a blade. Others chase moments that never actually happened. They imagine the successful escape they never made, the enemy they never killed, the betrayal they wished they'd avenged, the child they pretend they raised right, the courtroom speech they never delivered. These memories don't rewind. They're invented to fill the gaps reality abandoned. Some men build entire timelines in their heads just to keep their sense of sequence alive. They recite the birth dates of their children, the dates of crimes, the order of arrests, the states they passed through, the women they slept with, the aliases they used. They cling to these as proof the world wasn't always a grey chamber. But over time, even the order blurs. They misplace years, they combine decades, they misname faces. Regret is a memory with teeth here. You don't see the people you harmed, but you remember them. You don't watch the sentencing replay, but you hear the prosecutor's voice when the lights go out. Some replay their own worst acts until the shame hardens into a shape they can't break. Others refuse to revisit anything, terrified that one flash of clarity will collapse the fragile numbness they built. Some men turn memory into prayer, not the kind whispered with hope, but the kind muttered to ghosts. I know what I did. I know what I lost. I know what's coming. They don't ask forgiveness. They don't beg for mercy. They recite the past like scripture written in ash. Then there are the ones who empty themselves of memory entirely. They push everything out: names, places, betrayals, triumphs, relatives, crews, courtrooms, funerals. They do it slowly, deliberately, like clearing wreckage from a burning house. Eventually, they don't talk about who they were. They don't even think in terms of past tense. Their life begins at the walls and ends where the bed meets the floor. Everything before is rumor. For some, the silence of the present mutates memory into hallucination. A sound in the vent turns into footsteps in their mind. A flicker of light becomes a face they wronged. They hold conversations with people they buried long ago, or people still alive who stopped saying their names. They don't always realize when they're doing it. The brain, starved of stimulus, begins producing its own noise. Others try to stay anchored using whatever the prison allows: books, letters, approved photographs, a folding snapshot of a child now grown, a smudged picture of a mother now dead, a grainy image of the crew they once ran with. They stare at those photos until the features distort. Memory tries to match the image with emotion, but the emotion has nowhere to settle. The walls don't let memories breathe. There's nowhere to speak them out loud, nowhere to test them against reality, nowhere to let them evolve. So they either harden like fossils or disintegrate like ash. Some men try to write them down, but journaling requires belief that anyone will ever read it. Many tear up letters before finishing the first page. Words feel useless when they have no destination. Nighttime changes nothing. The dark in ADX doesn't feel like night. It feels like a deeper layer of the same space. Some men dream, but dreams here don't wander. They circle back to the same courthouse, the same alley, the same gunshot, the same face twisted in fear or rage. Sometimes they wake up sweating. Sometimes they don't wake at all because dreams and waking life overlap too cleanly to separate. Memory becomes currency only when talking to themselves. They argue with their past choices or defend them. They justify murders that happened 20 years ago. They scream at judges who can't hear. They fantasize about a single moment they could undo, even knowing it wouldn't change the ending. And then they go quiet again, because talking to the air always ends the same way, with the air winning. Inmates who were once feared leaders sometimes cling hardest to the past, because it's the only realm where their influence still exists. In here, they have no men, no territory, no leverage, no weapons, no money, but in memory, they still give orders. They still inspire fear. They still control something, even if that something is a broken loop in their skull. Time erodes the details, though. Eventually, names fade. Street corners disappear. Faces blur. The mind loses track of what happened before prison and what never happened at all. Isolation doesn't just confine the body, it starves memory until it has no more strength to fight for relevance. And when the past stops answering, the man is left with only the quiet truth ADX plants in every cell. There is nothing left but now. Everything else is a ghost no one remembers you saw. Some men walk into ADX with enemies scattered across cities, borders, maybe even continents. And for a while, they convince themselves those enemies are still moving with their name in their mouth. They think someone out there wants them dead, or wants them silenced, or wants their power, or wants revenge for something buried in blood and distance. But time inside a box like this does strange things to rivalry. It doesn't cool it, it erases it. Conflict needs witnesses, escalation, proximity. None of that exists here. You can't send word through vents. You can't slip a message in a laundry cart. You can't trade looks in the cafeteria or pass signals in the yard because there is no yard you share. Whatever grudges you dragged in die gasping the second you're sealed into your first concrete rotation. Some predators used to wake up every day expecting retaliation. They slept with one eye open their entire lives. Gang leaders, cartel hitters, militant extremists, mob figureheads, bombers, kidnappers, contract killers. They survived because paranoia kept them breathing. But paranoia has nowhere to attach itself when the walls don't move, when no one can reach you, when every step you take is tracked by machinery that doesn't care who hates you. Hate doesn't echo through steel and glass. The air here doesn't carry threats. The men you wronged don't get to see your face to remember what they lost. They don't get to hear your voice and bring the old urges back to life. They can't remind you of what you did because the system won't let anyone close enough to speak your name. Even the ones who still fantasize about vengeance feel it flatten over time. At first, they imagine the enemy dying alone. They picture torture. They picture street executions or prison stabbings. But the longer they stay locked down, the more pointless those fantasies feel. Revenge is a performance for the living. A DX erases the audience. Then there are the enemies who were once allies, snitches, rivals who flipped, lieutenants who sold them out to save themselves. In a normal prison, alliances shift every week. Secrets leak, knives find backs. A DX freezes that entire life cycle. The traitor is somewhere else, or maybe dead, or maybe free, or maybe in a cell 3 hallways down. But you'll never know. The hate just floats without landing. And if you don't feed hate, it starves. Some inmates realize that their enemies probably don't think about them anymore. The violence they orchestrated, the scores they settled, the debts they collected, it's all ancient history outside. New criminals replaced them. New headlines buried their infamy. The streets they once terrorized don't speak their name in warning. They barely remember it existed. That truth hits harder than rage. Being forgotten by the people who were supposed to hate you can feel worse than being hunted by them. Even groups that once vowed eternal loyalty let go. Crews disband. Cartels replace soldiers like gears. Terror cells crown new martyrs. Families move on. Kids grow up and stop asking questions. Old associates get arrested, die, retire, or reinvent themselves. Whatever empire an inmate ruled has long since found another king. Some still pretend, whispering to themselves that if they were released tomorrow, they'd still command respect. But deep down, they know walking into their old world now would make them a relic. A ghost trying to wear a crown no one remembers forging. For a few, the absence of enemies becomes the absence of identity. They don't know who they are without opposition. A gunman without targets, a commander without soldiers, an ideologue without followers, a thief without a score, a killer without someone hunting him back. But the absence becomes permanent. You can't plot revenge in a vacuum. You can't build fear from a room only you can hear. The desire for conflict dims not because peace arrives, but because the system rounds off every sharp edge until nothing can cut. Even when news articles occasionally name them in relation to old crimes or anniversaries, the mention feels disconnected, like reading about a stranger with your name. And once you're a stranger to your own legend, the concept of rivalry becomes fictional. Some guards have noted the shift. They'll read old files about riots, massacres, political plots, mass casualties. They'll look into a cell and see someone who once orchestrated bombings or executions now staring at a wall like it's the last surface left on Earth. The man who terrified governments is now a maintenance line in a schedule. That's what kills the last embers of conflict. Knowing your enemies don't wake thinking about you, don't fear your retaliation, don't curse your existence. They've replaced you with someone newer, louder, or already executed. The score you thought defined your life ended long before your sentence did. And the silence doesn't tell you you're safe, it tells you you're gone. Enemies fade, rivals dissolve, target lists close, street codes forget, even vengeance loses direction without a path. You can't kill someone who doesn't remember you. And you can't keep hating someone who moved on without needing you to die first. The longer a man stays in ADX, the more whoever hated him out there turns into an echo he can't quite place. At first, the memories of enemies are sharp, faces twisted with rage, promises of payback, courtroom stares, street ambushes avoided by an inch, names growled in the dark. But silence cuts sharper than blades. Weeks stretch into years, and suddenly the men who once swore to kill you feel like characters from a book you're no longer sure you read. Some inmates used to wake every day expecting retaliation from someone they double-crossed. In other prisons, you can feel hatred moving through the yard like smoke. You know when a hit is coming by, the way conversations stop around you. But here, there's no yard, no warning, no one to whisper that your name is back in circulation. And without the constant threat of conflict, the instincts that kept them sharp begin to rust. Even the ones who swore eternal revenge eventually run out of room to carry it. Rage is a muscle. If you don't use it, it atrophies. And in ADX, there's nothing to push against, no one to glare at, no one to circle, no one to stab, no tools to improvise, no rumors to chase, no alliances to forge. Here, hate doesn't burn. It congeals and then evaporates. What makes it worse isn't the loss of enemies. It's the realization that no one is coming for you because no one needs to anymore. Once upon a time, enemies were proof you mattered. Someone wanting you dead meant you had done something worth remembering, worth avenging, worth cancelling from the world. Now, the silence tells a different story. Your existence stopped being relevant to anyone but the system that keeps you breathing and contained. Some inmates lie to themselves to delay the realization. They imagine their names still whispered in alleys, still scribbled in ledgers, still inked in the back of someone's mind. But years of isolation wear that fantasy down. The people who hated them got locked up, got killed, got old, or forgot. Even blood feuds lose momentum when one side is buried in concrete and the other side doesn't bother sending a letter to remind them the war is over. A few try to keep score anyway. They count the men they killed, the crews they took down, the threats they made good on. They remember the night someone tried to take their life and failed. They recite those memories not to feel powerful, but just to feel. Because power needs opposition, and without that, Memory is all that's left of identity. Then there are the ones whose enemies weren't rivals, but governments, movements, or entire nations. Terrorists, separatists, ideologues, men who believed they were soldiers in eternal wars. When the cage shuts around them, the ideology doesn't disappear overnight, but over time even causes decay without contact. A revolution you can't speak about eventually forgets your name. There's another side to it. Some inmates once had enemies inside their own ranks. Someone who snitched to avoid life. Someone who stole money. Someone who turned state's witness. In a normal prison, that story follows you. Retaliation rides your sentence like a shadow. But ADX doesn't allow shadows to travel. The snitch might be dead, or overseas, or in another block, also locked behind doors you'll never see. Vengeance becomes a concept without geometry. You can't reach it, can't follow it, can't even confirm it's waiting for you. And for some, that becomes the cruelest relief. They don't know whether the man they vowed to kill is alive, thriving, buried, crippled, or free. Not knowing becomes its own kind of strangling. Asking won't get answers. Letters don't slip through here. Information doesn't drip, it dries. Even guards don't feed them scraps of intel. Some officers read old files and see entire wars etched in the paperwork. Bombings ordered, kidnappings financed, massacres directed. Then they look into the cell and see a man sitting in socks, staring at a wall, no louder than a shadow. They escort him to shower in shackles without a second thought. Not because they underestimate him, but because whatever force he once carried can't pass through the concrete he's in now. The irony is that some inmates feel the absence of enemies more sharply than the absence of friends. They didn't build their names on loyalty. They built them on conflict. Without the war, who are they? Without someone swearing revenge, what legacy remains? Without danger dogging their steps, what heartbeat do they even have left? At some point, the realization lands in a way they can't ignore. Nobody is watching. Nobody is hunting. Nobody is waiting. The men they wronged have new targets, new grudges, or no strength left. The blood trail dried long ago. Enemies are like fires. If you wall them off long enough, they burn out in silence. And when that fire dies, the man who spent his life stoking it is left with something far more suffocating than death threats. Nothing. No whispers, no warnings, no plots, no eyes tracking him, no fear keeping his pulse steady. Just the cold truth that the world moved on without finishing him. And that might be the only kind of sentence ADX never has to write down to enforce. There's a point in ADX where even the guards start to forget the men they're watching were once national threats, international fugitives, cartel architects, mass killers, or ideological fire starters. Not because the staff is careless, but because time and silence grind notoriety down until all that's left is a body living out a sentence in a box. The public remembers them as monsters. The system remembers them as files. But inside these walls, their legends dissolve into routine. Some of these men were once on watch lists so long their names froze politicians mid-speech. They used to hide in safe houses across continents, negotiate with warlords, make calls that ended lives in different time zones. Now they wait for a door to open so they can shuffle 6 feet to a shower that feels like a coffin with plumbing. The news doesn't mention them anymore. The documentaries stopped being made. The talk shows that debated their guilt moved on to new disasters. Even the families of their victims eventually stop checking if they're still breathing. The world outside loves closure too much to keep remembering someone who can no longer act, speak, or burn. Some inmates notice the shift too late. They assume their infamy still echoes outside until reality lands in subtle ways. A returned letter, a silent phone line, a lawyer who doesn't visit anymore because nothing is left to argue. Legacy becomes a rumor no one bothers repeating. Even the legal system loses interest after a while. Judges retire, Prosecutors move on to new cases. Agents who once hunted them age out or die. The men who swore to make sure they never see daylight again don't even know if they're still alive. The punishment isn't just isolation, it's disappearance. And disappearance isn't loud. It doesn't feel like an impact. It happens the way rot spreads in wood. Quiet, invisible, thorough. One day, you're still telling yourself you matter to someone, somewhere. Then a thought you've been holding on to slips without warning. Nobody's coming to check. The guards don't treat them like fallen icons. They treat them like any other inmate on a rotation. The man who blew up buildings, the man who ordered a city's worth of deaths, the assassin who changed government policy with a single act. They all get the same portion of food, the same searches, the same orders. Their past doesn't echo in their treatment. The uniform of condemnation is identical for everyone. A few still cling to their old status in their minds. They talk to themselves as commanders, visionaries, devils the world still fears. But the mirror, when they catch a glimpse of it in medical checks or reflections in glass, shows something different. Hair gone grey or gone entirely. Muscles melted, posture shrinking, eyes sunk in. The body betrays the myth long before the mind surrenders it. And the longer they're here, the more irrelevant the enormity of their crimes becomes. Whether they killed 1 or 1,000, ordered hits or carried them out, orchestrated terror or slaughtered for greed, none of it changes the silence that holds them now. A DX doesn't rank evil. It buries it. Some of these inmates used to fantasize about being remembered like dark legends. Names students whisper, history books dissect, enemies curse long after death. But legend needs witnesses, and ADX doesn't allow an audience. Their stories don't grow here, they wither. Books rarely get published about the ones still alive. Documentarians can't interview the disappeared. Movies don't get greenlit if the subject can't sell outrage or tragedy. The appetite for storytelling moves on to fresh faces and fresher blood. Even the guards, who sometimes read the case files when boredom strikes, stop connecting the man in the paperwork with the man behind the door. They don't see a mastermind or a butcher or a revolutionary. They see a number who hasn't caused trouble in 5 years. They see someone who needs meds renewed or has a dental check next Tuesday. And for some inmates, that's the part that finally cracks them. Not the isolation, not the silence, not the routines, not the years lost, but the slow realization that all the horror they unleashed, all the power they wielded, all the enemies they made, all the chaos they shaped, ended not with death or legacy, but with being filed, logged and forgotten in a building that will outlive them. There are no speeches written about them, no uprisings in their honor, no murals, no oaths of vengeance, no secret armies waiting for their coded message. Even the people who once cursed their name now curse someone else's. In ADX, you are not the villain history remembers. You are the villain history replaced, and the quiet around you doesn't say you've been defeated. It says you've been erased. Some inmates try to hold on to the idea that legacy can outlive confinement, that the world still sees them as larger-than-life villains, masterminds, soldiers, leaders of movements, nightmares in human skin. But there's a difference between being remembered and being referenced, and reference fades a lot faster than memory. Years pass, and the stories that once defined them stop being told. New crimes replace old ones in headlines. New threats dominate fear. A man who once emptied train stations, leveled buildings, or orchestrated massacres is now just a line in old case law or a redacted paragraph in a report no one reads anymore. You don't stay infamous when your existence is sealed behind blast-proof doors and time eats your name. You can see the moment it hits them, not all at once, but in fragments. A guard mispronounces their name and they don't correct it. A new staff member doesn't recognize them until they look up their file. A lawyer stops filing motions. A reporter stops sending requests. Family stops calling. The world stops asking about them, not because it forgave them, but because it replaced them. And when the world replaces you, it doesn't leave a scar, it leaves nothing at all. Some used to imagine that their organizations were still loyal, still waiting, still invoking their name like prophecy. Cartel bosses think their soldiers still whisper their initials. Ideologues think their followers still see them as martyrs. Hitmen think their reputations still circle underground, but years without word teaches them something cruel. Successors don't pause for ghosts. They build new legends, and the old ones dissolve like dried blood on pavement. Even men who craved eternal fear eventually realize no one fears what they can't see or hear. You don't scare anyone from a tomb. And ADX is built like one, just with electricity and paperwork. Some inmates tell themselves that history will catch up, that someday someone will write the book, film the documentary, drag their story back to light. But history only returns to what it can still touch or exploit. The ones still buried here outlive the public's appetite for remembering. There's no scandal in a man who can't speak, can't appear, can't write, can't kill again, can't answer questions. And for those who once shaped terror or empire or fear, the realization that the world moved on without needing to bury them twice is its own brand of death. The guards don't reinforce their identities because they don't need to. They don't call them shooter of X, butcher of Y, mastermind of Z. They use inmate IDs. They write incident reports in bland language. Inmate refused meal. Inmate requested medical exam. Inmate escorted without disruption. You can slaughter hundreds and still become a sentence fragment in institutional tone. If a former prosecutor shows up in the news talking about an old case, it's not because of the imprisoned. It's because something new dredged it up. The inmates don't get credit for staying relevant. They get footnotes in someone else's attempt at legacy. Even death here barely registers outside. Bodies don't leave in chains. They leave in zipped bags with paperwork that reads, expired. The obituaries don't run. The news doesn't mention it. The world isn't warned. The victims' families might not even find out unless they still check prison records, which most don't. Some inmates used to fantasize that crowds would cheer when they died, or that enemies would toast the headline. Instead, the truth is quieter. Nobody hears the heart stop. Nobody watches the sheet pull over the face. Nobody writes the final line. It happens the same way everything else does at ADX, procedurally. And for those still breathing, the threat of being forgotten replaces the threat of dying. They'd rather be hated than erased. They'd rather be blamed than ignored. But the building doesn't care what they'd prefer. It outlasts the memory of why they were ever dangerous. Even mythology needs oxygen. A DX cuts the supply. There comes a day when some of them stop repeating their own names in their heads because they don't trust the sound anymore. They stop imagining that old rivals are alive to remember them. They stop pretending old crimes still echo across state lines. Whatever they did once filled space, but space collapses quickly when sealed. Legacy doesn't live in concrete, it rots in it. And the world beyond ADX doesn't stand outside the door waiting to remember, it keeps walking. There's a point deep into a sentence at ADX where routine stops being something you follow and becomes something that replaces you. The body still moves, but not because the mind tells it to, because the schedule does. A man wakes not from rest, but from habit. He eats not from hunger, but from timing. He cleans not for pride or comfort, but because there's nothing else to do between the clicks of steel. Days don't pass here. They stack, one on top of another, indistinguishable, weight without shape. And over time, the men inside don't live through the routine. They dissolve into it. It starts small. A guy stops asking guards what day it is, stops checking the clock, stops paying attention to mail dates. The seasons outside could flip from summer to summer again, and the light in his cell wouldn't tell him the difference. You don't measure time by weather here. You measure it by the length of silence between footsteps. They learn the rhythms of doors, the timing of shift changes, the echo of boots in the hallway that signal meal slots, the pause before a slot opens for cuffs, the distant drone of ventilation systems. These become the metronome of existence, the only proof that the world outside their skull still operates. But routine isn't just about schedule, it's about erosion. A man who once chose every move he made, decisions that sparked headlines, war, blood, retaliation, stops choosing anything. The cell decides his posture. The walls decide his pace. The bed decides his rest. The door decides his freedom. Choice becomes a memory, then an illusion, then a word he no longer uses. Some of them used to command men with a nod. Now they wait for permission to stand, to shower, to turn, to speak. And the longer they obey without thought, the more they forget they're obeying at all. That's the quiet trick of ADX. It doesn't force you to surrender. It makes you forget you ever resisted. Then comes the drift. The mind starts looping thoughts not because they're important, but because there's nowhere else for them to go. A phrase they heard 20 years ago, a lyric they can't place. The sound of someone laughing in a life that feels fictional now. They repeat lines to themselves until they stop meaning anything. The brain starts pacing even when the body stops. For some, routine is the only thread keeping them from breaking outright. They count tiles. They clean the same spot 3 times a day. They fold and refold their clothes even if the fabric is thinning. They line up commissary items like soldiers in formation. It's not neatness, it's survival. When the mind can't expand, it organizes. The guards rarely notice the shift. It's too quiet to clock. A man who used to make eye contact stops lifting his head. A man who used to answer quickly starts speaking like his mouth is moving through water. A man who once asked questions stops forming sentences longer than a breath. They're not tranquil, they're sinking. Even meals become ritual, not pleasure, not anticipation. They eat because the tray is there, not because they want what's on it. Some chew slowly, staring at nothing. Some inhale it fast to get back to whatever loop they've built. Others poke at food like it's a puzzle they no longer want to solve. The body follows routine until it doesn't know how to be still without obeying something. Even in sleep, they don't dream about people or places anymore. They dream about metal, doors, footsteps, alarms, paperwork, extraction drills. The prison colonizes the subconscious the same way it cages the body. And yet, to an outsider, nothing dramatic happens. No riots, no hunger strikes, no screams. Just a slow, silent merging with the cell. The man who arrived is still technically alive, but the version of him that lived outside rules and walls, he's gone. Whatever's left wears his name like a tag on a bagged item. There's a myth that you can outthink a place like this, that your will can stay sharp forever. But ADX is not a battle. It's a freeze. It doesn't fight you. It preserves you in the posture of obedience until even your memories kneel. And once the routine finishes its work, the prison doesn't have to hold you down. You hold yourself. The hardest thing to describe about ADX isn't the silence. It's what grows underneath it. Silence isn't the absence of sound here, it's pressure. It has weight. It sits on your chest, crawls inside your ears, changes the way your own breathing sounds. At first, men try to fight it. They hum. They talk to themselves. They tap on the walls like there's a pulse somewhere behind them. But silence in ADX doesn't want to be filled. It wants to be obeyed. The walls learn the rhythms before the men do. They know who wakes early, who paces, who talks to the vent. You can tell the new arrivals by the way they still measure time in noise. They call out to guards too often. They ask questions that go unanswered. They still think volume means presence. But the longer they stay, the more they start matching the quiet. Their voices drop. Their steps slow. The air trains them. The human mind isn't built for stillness this long. Out there, silence means peace. Here, it means absence. The brain begins to invent motion to replace what it's lost. Some men hear whispers in the vent, think they're real. Some start seeing shapes in the concrete patterns, faces pressed into the surface like fossils. Others build conversations in their heads, perfectly timed exchanges that never happened. It's not madness, not yet. It's survival. The mind refuses to be caged, so it builds its own company. But even imagination starts obeying routine. The same scenes replay until they flatten. The same memories lose detail. After years, a man can remember his mother's hands, but not her face. He can picture the street he grew up on, but not the sound of cars passing. A DX takes more than freedom. It steals the texture of memory. Time doesn't erase it. Repetition does. Every sound becomes a landmark. The hiss of air vents, the buzz before intercom announcements, the scrape of metal trays down the tier. Each becomes a form of proof that something still exists beyond the cell. Men memorize these like prayers. They can tell the hour by the footsteps overhead. They know the tone of each guard's keys. In a place where nothing changes, these fragments become scripture. There's a man 2 cells down who recites the same phrase every morning. Still here. No one answers. No one needs to. The phrase isn't meant to reach anyone. It's meant to hear itself bounce back. Proof of existence. Proof the voice still works. After a while, that's all survival becomes. Confirmation you haven't disappeared completely. Some of the older ones talk to the walls with the calm of monks. They say it centers them. Maybe it does. Maybe the wall becomes the only thing solid enough to trust. You touch it every day. You lean on it. You count its grooves with your fingertips when sleep won't come. The wall listens. It doesn't answer, but it doesn't leave either. You start to mistake that for mercy. The guards don't intervene unless a man screams. Screaming means danger, blood, damage, a report to file. Quiet madness doesn't make paperwork. The system likes it quiet. Quiet means order. Quiet means success. But the truth is, ADX doesn't prevent chaos. It just absorbs it, turns it inward until it can't be seen. Even dreams begin to mimic the prison. Men dream in grids, corridors, light patterns. They dream of doors opening and closing endlessly. Some wake up sweating, not from fear, but from confusion. They can't tell if the dream ended or continued. The mind forgets what freedom feels like, and without contrast, captivity stops feeling wrong. You can see it in posture. Shoulders fold forward, eyes aim down. Every movement becomes smaller, cautious, involuntary. Like the body is trying to disappear to match the mind. There's no reason to stand tall here. No one's watching. Who cares? The cameras see everything, but they don't look. Surveillance is observation without acknowledgement. You become a figure in footage, not a person in space. Over time, silence becomes the only authority that matters. It decides when to press, when to release, when to let you breathe. The men stop fighting it because they start depending on it. It's a strange addiction, hating the thing that keeps you from falling apart. Some say if they ever leave, they won't know how to sleep without the hum, how to eat without the tray slot clanking open first, how to live when life doesn't arrive on a schedule. That's the paradox of ADX. It kills the part of you that resists and preserves the part that conforms. The more you adapt, the less of you remains. Survival becomes compliance. And compliance, in a place like this, isn't safety. It's surrender. Every once in a while, a new sound cuts through the stillness. A distant helicopter, thunder, the echo of boots from another tier. For a moment, the men remember the world still moves. But the sound fades, and the silence returns heavier, like it's reclaiming its territory. The world outside feels mythic, a rumor of motion. Inside, nothing moves unless the schedule says it can. And yet, in the smallest corners, rebellion flickers. A man scratches marks into the underside of his bunk. Another keeps a forbidden scrap of newspaper folded behind the toilet. Someone hums under his breath during count, too quiet for the microphones to catch. Tiny, invisible wars fought in inches. They'll lose, but they fight anyway. Because even here, buried under steel and silence, something in them still refuses to be entirely still. That refusal is dangerous. The prison doesn't punish rebellion. It erases it. The cameras note the movement, the reports are filed, and the system adjusts. Privileges are removed. Time tightens. Eventually, even defiance becomes routine. And that's when ADX has done its work completely. When resistance itself becomes a memory, and the silence no longer feels heavy, it feels like home. Some men say they stopped feeling the day they arrived, that something switched off when the gate shut behind the transport bus and the last bit of horizon disappeared. But that's not true. The switch isn't sudden. It's slow. Like a dimmer turned down over months, then years. Emotion here isn't erased. It's thinned, diluted until it's barely there. It's not pain they lose first. It's urgency. The system wants that. Urgency is what makes people dangerous. Anger, fear, hope, those are unpredictable. But numbness? Numbness is predictable. It doesn't riot, it doesn't build, it doesn't fight. Numbness follows orders because it's too tired to do anything else. The process looks different in every man, but the shape is the same. First comes resistance, pacing, shouting, testing the walls as if some hidden seam might give. Then comes the routine. Steps align with the schedule. Words shrink. The body folds into the cell's architecture. And finally comes the quiet, where everything still moves, but nothing matters. In that last stage, a man can look in the mirror and see the exact same face as yesterday, and the day before, and the decade before. But he doesn't feel it anymore. The features are just coordinates. The reflection doesn't belong to him, it belongs to the cell. The light on the mirror is the same every morning. His eyes change less than the paint on the walls. The guards know these stages, even if they don't name them. They can spot it in the walk, loose, slow, eyes fixed on the floor as if gravity has grown heavier. The men who are gone don't look up anymore, not out of fear, out of disinterest. There's nothing to look at that isn't already memorized. You can hear it in voices too. Early on, conversations are frantic, short bursts through the vent, desperate to trade something human. Later, they flatten. Speech becomes functional. 1 or 2 words at most. Eventually, many stop speaking at all. Not as a statement, just because the silence answers faster. And in the deepest layer, even the silence stops being something around them. It becomes something inside them. When they breathe, it breathes. When they sleep, it lingers. They don't remember what quiet used to sound like outside these walls. It's in those long stretches, between lights on and lights off, between counts and trays, that the ghosts begin to walk. Not real ones. Memory ghosts, echoes, a woman's laugh, a cigarette flicking against pavement, the smell of wet earth after rain, things that had weight once, things the mind digs up not because they're vivid, but because they're the only soft things left. The ghosts visit less often as time goes on. The brain learns that remembering hurts more than forgetting. Memory is a rebellion here. It keeps part of you facing a door that will never open. So it files down the edges. A laugh turns to a sound. A face turns to a blur. A life turns to a whisper. Not everyone accepts that. Some men fight to keep their ghosts alive. They recite details like rituals. One inmate whispers the names of his children every night, even though he hasn't seen their faces in 20 years. Another hums the same 3 bars of a song his sister used to play. Another traces the outline of a tattoo he got before the trial, as if pressing hard enough might pull him back there. But the silence is patient. It doesn't have to rush. It knows they'll tire before it does. There are moments, though, sharp and thin as wire, when the numbness cracks, when something slips through. It can be a smell, the sting of disinfectant triggering a memory of a hospital room, or a laugh, rare, sharp, echoing down the tier from some guard who forgot where he was. It hits like a spark in a frozen room, a reminder that the world still has texture. The men don't talk about those moments. Talking makes them fragile. They hold them like contraband. Hide them where the cameras can't reach, under their breath, behind their eyes, inside the marrow of bone. Tiny reminders that they were more than coordinates once. But over the years, the balance tilts. The cracks get smaller. The numbness gets thicker. The silence moves from being an environment to being their native language. And the longer it's spoken, the less the old language fits. Words like tomorrow start to sound foreign. Outside becomes something you read about, not remember. You can measure this transformation not by the men who break, but by the ones who don't, the ones who simply sink. They follow every rule, answer every call, move when told. They're model inmates, model ghosts. The system loves them, not because they're reformed, but because they're silent. If you could line them all up, day 1 and year 10, you'd see it plain. The man who walked in carried himself with edges, fear, rage, bravado. The man 10 years in carries only shape. No edges left, just smooth, obedient silence. It's not discipline that does it, not punishment, not violence. It's the absence of everything else. Silence isn't a weapon here, it's gravity. And gravity doesn't have to fight to win. The men here don't talk about freedom anymore. The word feels ornamental, like something that belongs to another language. What they talk about, when they talk at all, is control. Not the big kind that moves armies or cities, but the microscopic version. The control of breath, of motion, of thought spacing. Every day, they practice not falling apart in ways too small for the cameras to notice. That's how they measure time now. Not in hours, but in the number of times they stop themselves from unraveling. Control starts as discipline. Eventually, it becomes identity. You wake, you move, you eat, you think. Everything inside the line's drawn for you. The line becomes safety. The routine becomes shape. And once you've been shaped long enough, you forget there was ever another form. The administration calls it stability. Psychologists call it adaptation. But adaptation here is just a polite name for conversion. The human mind rewired until it runs on the prison's current instead of its own. Some guards understand this. Most don't. They walk the tier with practiced indifference, eyes scanning but never seeing. For them, the inmates are outlines behind glass, flickers of movement on their shift. They don't hear the quiet patterns, the small, invisible choreography of survival happening in the cells. A man folding and unfolding his blanket for the 12th time. Another mouthing words silently to keep language alive. A third standing perfectly still, testing how long he can hold his breath before panic sets in. Each ritual looks meaningless. Each one is a form of prayer. There's no religion here that lasts long. Faith requires mystery, and ADX leaves nothing unmeasured. Even light is rationed. Even temperature obeys command. The only miracles are the ones that happen in secret. A memory that refuses to fade. A name that stays sharp despite years of disuse. A moment of laughter that escapes before the mind catches it. One man, an old bomber with eyes the color of dust, writes invisible letters on the wall every morning. He says he's writing to his son. No one ever sees him receive mail. The motion is enough. The act of writing, not the words. You need to feel the shape of communication, even if there's no one left to hear it. That's the strange mercy of this place. It teaches you how to keep things alive without proof they still exist. From above, the system looks flawless. No riots, no noise, no escape. But that's not peace. It's paralysis. Every emotion has been filed down to fit the architecture. Anger has nowhere to go but inward. Grief can't echo. Hope gets caught in the vents and recycled until it loses its meaning. What's left is control without purpose, order without soul. The psychologists call it behavioral flattening. The guards call it good conduct. The men inside call it nothing. They've stopped naming things. To name something is to admit it still matters. There's a kind of ghost that lives here, made of routine and resignation. You can feel it at night when everything stops moving. The air thickens and the silence feels heavier, as if the ghosts are sitting down too, tired from another day of keeping men still. No one talks about it officially, but the staff know. They feel it when they enter the unit, how the sound of their boots dies quicker here than anywhere else, how the fluorescent hum feels like it's vibrating through bone. A DX is alive in its way, not with people, but with repetition. It breathes through cycles, sleeps through schedules, dreams in data. And the men, they're not residents, they're organs. Each cell a chamber, each inmate a pulse feeding the larger body of the machine. The warden calls it efficiency. The guards call it order. The men call it nothing at all. One of them, nobody remembers his name, just his case number, once whispered through the vent that ADX is the purest form of obedience. It doesn't make you obey, he said. It makes obedience feel like breathing. Then he went quiet for a long time. Weeks, maybe months. When he spoke again, his voice sounded different, lighter, like it had lost its gravity. He said he couldn't remember what his own defiance used to feel like. Not what he did, not why he did it, just the feeling itself, gone, like a language forgotten mid-sentence. That's what ADX takes last, the emotional vocabulary of self. You stop saying I, not because you're forbidden, but because it doesn't fit anymore. The word feels too big for the space, too loud for the silence. And yet, underneath all that stillness, something faint persists. Not resistance exactly, just a tremor, a thin, buried pulse that doesn't belong to the schedule. You can't see it, but sometimes when the lights flicker or the door clanks too loud, you can feel it. A collective heartbeat under the surface. A reminder that the human part isn't gone, just buried deep, waiting for something unnamed to remember it exists. The prison hums on. The guards finish their rounds. The lights stay constant. Everything appears unchanged. But somewhere inside the machinery, that faint pulse keeps time. Quiet, patient, refusing, in its small, stubborn way, to stop. Very system needs belief to function, not in God, but in purpose. Guards believe they're maintaining order. Psychologists believe they're preserving sanity. Administrators believe they're protecting the public. Each layer convinces itself it's necessary, that the machine isn't cruel, just precise. But belief here is scaffolding. It holds everything up until no one looks too closely at what's underneath. The men don't believe in anything anymore. Belief implies expectation, and expectation implies change. Nothing changes in ADX. Even the seasons outside are theory. Inside, it's always the same climate. Chilled air, constant hum, measured light. The body adapts, but belief withers. In its place comes observation, a quiet, detached awareness of repetition, like watching the same film on loop until even the actors seem mechanical. The psychologists walk the tier sometimes, clipboards in hand, eyes behind glass. They call it monitoring affect. They're looking for signs of distress. But distress here doesn't scream. It fades. The men learn to simulate calm because calm earns fewer questions, fewer reports. After a while, the simulation becomes habit, and the habit becomes truth. Stability by imitation. They chart data on behavior, on compliance, on incident frequency. The numbers always show improvement. The system congratulates itself. But numbers can't measure the slow collapse happening behind each set of eyes. You can't graph erosion. You can't quantify the way thought dulls at the edges until reflection becomes too heavy to lift. Some of the older inmates keep notebooks, thin government-issue pads, graphite pencils with no metal ends. They don't write words anymore, just marks, patterns, rows of lines that mean nothing but motion. The act of pressing pencil to paper reminds the hand that it still exists. The guards call it doodling. The men call it breathing. A rumor circulates about one man who stopped responding to count. Not rebellion, just stillness. He sat on the edge of his bed, eyes open, pulse steady, but wouldn't move. They had to extract him, medical team and all. The report said non-responsive. Another word for surrender, not of the body, of intention. The schedule had replaced his will so completely that movement required command. When word spread, no one commented. But everyone understood. They weren't afraid for him. They were afraid of how easily they could follow. You start noticing the small things more as your world shrinks. The scrape of your own spoon on plastic, the texture of fabric against skin, the way condensation gathers on the vent during winter months. These become events. The mind needs something to witness, even if it's microscopic. Without witness, reality thins. There's a window slit high in each cell, 6 inches wide, 4 feet long. Through it, you can see the sky, but not the horizon. That's intentional. Horizons imply direction, choice. The slit gives you distance without destination. Some men memorize cloud patterns, trying to track seasons. Others stop looking altogether. The sky becomes too cruel a thing to measure. The guards keep distance by necessity. You learn their footsteps before their faces. Their voices carry authority without tone. Most don't speak names, just numbers. It's cleaner that way, easier to file. Sometimes, when one retires or transfers, the tier feels different for a week. Then the rhythm reasserts itself. The absence gets folded into the next shift. Even loss follows schedule. The institution calls this perfection. No disruptions, no chaos. Predictability equals success. But perfection is a kind of death too. It erases the accidents that make life real. In here, even mistakes are designed. You can feel the weight of that design most during lockdowns. Extra quiet. No movement except the guards. No sound but the click of doors, sealing tighter. Hours stretch without markers. The men retreat inward. Some pace, some lie down, others stare at nothing until their vision vibrates. The silence grows thick, like fog. When it lifts, the world feels smaller somehow, as if every lockdown shaves another layer off the self. And yet, despite everything, despite the erosion, the control, the flattening, there's something indestructible buried in each man. Call it ego, call it instinct, call it the residue of will. It's small, invisible, but it endures. Sometimes it flares up unexpectedly. A sudden refusal to move, a glance held too long, a half-smile caught on camera. Tiny rebellions. The system crushes them quickly, but for that moment, they're proof. Proof that something human still flickers beneath the concrete calm. There's a story among the guards about an inmate who, after 20 years in the box, asked for a mirror. Regulations allow it for grooming, supervised. When they gave it to him, he stared for a long time, then said quietly, "I thought I'd look different. No anger, no sorrow, just observation. The kind that lands heavier than either." Because that's what ADX really does. It turns men into mirrors that reflect only the system back at itself. Smooth, controlled, unbroken. Until one day, the mirror cracks, and for a brief second, something unscripted shines through. They took the mirror away that day. Protocol. Safety. But for a while after, the cameras caught him smiling to himself, faintly, like he'd seen something worth remembering. Men who end up here are the end of a process. The point where law, violence, and myth all converge and then get locked away. Each one was once the center of a storm. Each one made headlines, shaped narratives, sparked fear. Here they're just 12 cells on the same tier, 12 ghosts breathing recycled air. They don't share space, they share silence. One of them, the Unabomber, before the end, used to write letters to no one. Perfect penmanship, precise phrasing. He'd fold each page like an engineer, as if symmetry could replace conversation. The guards said he still believed in logic, even when logic had abandoned him. His notes never left the cell block. They called it monitoring. He called it entropy. A few doors down, a man who once orchestrated terror across continents sits perfectly still, facing the wall. He prays at scheduled times, not because of faith, but because prayer is the last act he can perform by choice. He repeats the same verses daily, not for forgiveness, he doesn't believe in that, but because repetition is the only language this place understands. There's the drug lord who ruled nations without borders, who now counts the steps between his toilet and bed, whispering names under his breath like inventory. He was used to loyalty bought with fear. Here, there's no currency, no exchange. He talks to the walls sometimes, as if the concrete still remembers the men who built it. And the assassin, the one who believed he'd die a martyr. He's been here longest, without breaking discipline. He never yells, never refuses, never speaks more than necessary. The staff call him perfect compliance. But once, during a routine cell inspection, a guard found a small bird's feather under his mattress. Contraband with no explanation. They searched every vent, every gap, but couldn't find how it got there. For weeks afterward, the man smiled to himself during meals. They transferred him eventually. The feather never appeared again. Each of the 12 has a mythology that outlived the reason for it. Their crimes became shorthand for chaos, their names symbols for things the public doesn't want to understand. But in ADX, myth loses volume. You can't hear echoes through 6-inch glass. Power doesn't survive silence. It dissolves in it. The Boston Marathon bomber used to hum through the vent. Always the same tune, low, mechanical, as if tuning himself to the rhythm of the facility. The others could hear it faintly through the concrete. Not enough to recognize the melody, just enough to remind them that someone else was awake. The staff logged it as noise, but to the men, it became a kind of heartbeat. Proof of life. Some of them age differently here. Skin pales from lack of sunlight. Hair grows uneven, like time itself forgot consistency. They say one of them, once a revolutionary, talks to the security camera during count, delivering speeches to the lens. The audio picks up nothing but static. Still, he talks. Because when you've been erased from the world, even an unblinking eye feels like an audience. What connects them isn't crime or ideology or consequence. It's suspension. Each one lives in a paused moment, stretched over years. Their memories stop at the point of capture. The rest is grey space. They remember the sound of sirens, the flash of cameras, the judge's voice reading numbers that became lifetimes. But not the decades since. Once a year, a new inmate arrives. The transfer is quiet, unannounced. They roll through the gates at dawn. No press, no noise. The old hands don't look up. They already know how the story goes. The first month, pacing. The second, silence. The third, surrender. The prison doesn't need to introduce itself. It teaches by repetition. Some try to anchor themselves through memory. The Oklahoma bomber used to recite the names of his victims daily, at first like an act of defiance, later as penance, finally as routine. When he stopped, no one noticed right away. But the silence afterward was heavier, like a song that ended mid-note. Every so often, one of the 12 is moved, either for health, for death, or for reasons no one explains. The empty cell gets cleaned, stripped, resealed. A week later, another arrives. The rhythm never breaks. The faces change, but the silence stays. If you asked the guards which inmate was the worst, they wouldn't answer. Not because they're protecting secrets, but because after enough years, they all blur. The paperwork defines them more clearly than the men themselves, each file thicker than a life, each page a replacement for a memory. There's no hierarchy here, no kingpins, no leaders, only endurance. The only thing that carries weight is time, and time here has no form. One of the officers once said it best: you don't guard them, you maintain them. And maybe that's the truest thing about ADX. It's not a cage for people, it's a system for preserving ghosts. Each name once carried its own gravity, broadcasts, headlines, courtroom sketches, the weight of entire narratives. Out there, they were empires of reputation, terrorists, murderers, masterminds, revolutionaries. Here, they're entries on a meal roster. Their names are spoken only for verification. Number, confirm. The name isn't an identity, it's a key in a lock. Still, there's something in a name that resists confinement. The older men test it, rolling it through their heads like a stone in the mouth. They whisper it during count, just to see if it still feels like theirs. For some, it does. For others, it sounds like someone else's, someone they used to be before the world folded in on itself. Ted Kaczynski once wrote, "Freedom is the right to make mistakes." The irony isn't lost on the guards who file his papers. They keep his handwriting in storage now. Evidence, history, containment. His words, once a manifesto, now categorized as property of the state. Down the hall, the foreign operatives keep their silence as armor. To them, words are liability. They communicate in glances when the cameras pass, or in the careful rhythm of taps against steel. A code that means nothing to anyone else. The guards let it happen. Better a man who taps than one who screams. The domestic killers, the serial minds, they behave differently. Routine stabilizes them. They savor the illusion of control, the precise folding of sheets, the symmetry of commissary items, the tiny rituals that feel like ownership. For them, structure is sedative. Chaos was their language once. Now order is the only thing that speaks. Some talk to chaplains, some talk to no one, some talk to things no one else can hear. There's a cell on Range 13 that used to hold a man who'd commanded armies. His followers believed he was untouchable, divine. Here, he was a shadow who hummed lullabies from his childhood, soft, tuneless. He'd hum until the cameras turned toward him, then stop, like he didn't want to share what little was left that was his alone. Others leave marks the system can't catalogue. Scratches behind vents, words etched faintly into the underside of a desk. Not protests, just proof. The act of saying, "I was here," when no one is allowed to hear it. For the guards, these men are case studies. They speak about them clinically. This one's stable. That one's regressing. We've adjusted his light schedule. To manage so much violence, you have to rename it until it sounds like paperwork. Compassion becomes policy. Distance becomes duty. But sometimes, during rounds, a guard will pause, just for a second. The inmate will look up, eye contact, fleeting. Recognition passes between them like static, not empathy. Just the brief reminder that both still exist in the same reality. Then the guard moves on. The moment evaporates, as if it never happened. There's a myth among inmates that if you say your full name 3 times into the vent at night, someone in another cell will whisper it back. No one knows if it's true, but they try anyway. Not because they expect an answer, but because the silence after feels different, like a presence pressed against the wall. Names travel strangely here. Sometimes the guards forget one and refer to an inmate by his crime. Boston, Oklahoma, cartel. The men don't correct them. Correction would mean attachment, and attachment here is pain. Better to let the name fade than drag it through another decade of concrete days. When a man dies, his file moves to records. His cell is cleaned, resealed, reassigned. His name disappears from the tier but lingers in the ventilation, in the rhythm of routines, in the pauses between counts. The men who remain never speak of him, but for days afterward, the silence feels heavier, like the air remembers. The chaplain says prayers when it happens. Generic, brief. The guards stand still, hats off, faces blank. Then the next count begins. Routine consumes loss the same way it consumes everything else. If you walked the tier blindfolded, you wouldn't know which cells hold the monsters that shaped decades of fear. You'd only hear breathing, faint and rhythmic. You'd realize the truth that ADX hides in plain sight. Evil isn't loud here, it's patient, it's quiet, it's tired. The system doesn't kill them, it outlasts them. That's the real punishment. Not confinement, not solitude, not silence. It's being forced to live long enough for your own name to lose meaning. When the light cuts through the slit of the window just right, you can see dust floating in the air. Thousands of tiny motes suspended between concrete and sky. For a moment, they look like stars. Then the vent hums again, and they scatter. The 12 remain, breathing, waiting, forgetting. And the world outside keeps moving, unaware that its ghosts are still alive beneath the Colorado rock, whispering names that no longer belong to anyone. Time in ADX doesn't move forward, it sinks. Days don't line up like steps on a path. They fold in on themselves like sediment under pressure. What's left after years isn't a timeline. It's a fossil record of repetition. By the time a man has spent a decade here, he starts to forget when he is. The memory of sequence dissolves. He remembers events, but not order. Things happen without before or after. The brain starts looping itself like an old reel. The past seeps in through the cracks, and for brief moments, it feels like now. One of the guards calls it the drift. He's seen it 100 times. A man starts talking to someone who isn't there. Not hallucinations, just conversations stored in muscle memory. His mouth remembers words he used to say before his mind remembers why he said them. "Hey, you there. You hear me? Pass that down." The cell answers with silence, and he keeps going anyway. The human brain will fill silence with ghosts if it has to. Some write to people who stopped existing decades ago. Mothers long buried, wives who remarried, children who grew up not knowing their father's voice. The letters pile up in drawers, never mailed, ink fading. The act of writing becomes the act of remembering. They aren't communicating, they're excavating. The old-timers warn the new arrivals, don't follow the drift. But warning means nothing here. It comes for everyone eventually. The moment you stop marking days, it finds you. First, you forget what month it is, then what year. Then you forget why it mattered. There's one inmate they call the historian. He's been here since the 90s, keeps dates carved lightly into the underside of his bunk. Every morning he adds a mark, steady hand, same depth, same spacing. When asked why, he says, "So I know I'm still moving." But even he admits sometimes that the marks don't feel real anymore. Could be 10 years, he says. Could be 10,000. The sound of ventilation becomes the measure of time. When it clicks off for maintenance, a rare event, the silence feels like the world stopped breathing. The men count the seconds until the hum returns. When it does, they exhale together, quietly, synchronized without meaning to. A rhythm of dependence. Some resist the drift with ritual. One man recites the same prayer at sunrise. Another knocks 3 times on his door every hour. It doesn't matter what the act is, only that it repeats. Routine, even here, is the last defense against erosion. But it's also the very thing that erodes them. A paradox carved into the foundation. The psychologists call it temporal disassociation. The men call it losing the real. Both mean the same thing. You start living inside memories instead of alongside them. There's a prisoner who swears he can smell the ocean. He's never seen it. Born inland, captured inland, but every few weeks, during the 2 a.m. lull, he says the air tastes like salt. The guards say it's condensation in the vents, but he swears otherwise. "I think it's memory," he told one of them once, coming back through the cracks. It's not poetic, it's survival. Memory becomes a habitat when the world outside stops moving. The guards aren't immune either. They talk about catching the hum, when the rhythm of the place infects you. You start counting steps, tracing patterns, predicting sounds before they happen. One guard said, after a double shift, he woke up at home to the sound of his refrigerator running and thought he was back on range 13. He sat in the dark for an hour before realizing he could leave the room. The drift doesn't care about bars or uniforms. It seeps into anyone who stays long enough to forget where the edges are. There's an irony in all this. A DX was designed for control, for containment so absolute that chaos couldn't breathe inside its walls. But control, when stretched far enough, loops back into confusion. When everything is predictable, the human mind starts searching for breaks in the pattern, holes where meaning can leak back in, and when it can't find any, it makes them up. That's why some men start talking to shadows. Why others hear music in the hum of the air ducts. Why even the guards feel uneasy during quiet shifts, like the prison is thinking. The drift is not madness. It's the brain's last defense against stillness. And it always wins. Because there's one truth that everyone at ADX eventually understands. You can cage a man's body. You can isolate his voice. You can bury his name. But you can't stop the mind from trying to go somewhere, even if it has to travel backward. After enough years, the drift stops feeling like decline. It becomes environment. The mind accepts it as landscape, the only geography left to navigate. The men who've been here longest don't fight it anymore. They learn to move through the fog of memory like divers in deep water, slow, careful, deliberate, avoiding sudden thoughts that might split them open. When you ask one of them what he misses, he won't say freedom. He'll say temperature, the warmth of sunlight on skin, the chill of night air that hasn't passed through a vent. Sensations, not places. You stop missing people too. You start missing weather. Some of them dream vividly, but the dreams are wrong. One man said he dreamt of standing in an open field, wind blowing through tall grass. But when he looked down, he saw his prison uniform. The dream wasn't escape, it was transposition. The mind can't fully imagine what it can't remember. Others dream of sound, music they once loved but can't name. The laughter of someone whose face they no longer recall. A door closing, a dog barking. Fragments of the world, looping endlessly like lost radio stations. There's an inmate who collects sounds. Not literally, he just memorizes them. The way the slot opens for mail, the shuffle of a guard's boots, the vibration before the PA crackles. He repeats them to himself at night like prayers. "That's my playlist," he says when the psychologist asks. "Keeps me from vanishing." Objects take on meaning the way relics do in ruins. A plastic spoon isn't cutlery, it's proof of interaction. A folded towel becomes a sculpture of time. A bar of soap carved into a shape that no one else will ever see. That's art in here. Not for show, not for trade, but for continuity. The act of shaping something, however small, is an act of staying human. The guards see this every day. They stop questioning it. The longer they work here, the more they realize that control doesn't mean dominance. It means proximity to collapse without falling in. The line between watcher and watched thins. Some guards keep routines of their own. Same route, same turns, same pauses at every door. They say it helps keep order, but it's really to convince themselves they're not drifting too. Every once in a while, an outside sound leaks in. A helicopter passing low, thunder, construction echoing across the desert. The men stop whatever they're doing when it happens. Heads tilt, eyes unfocus. For those few seconds, something from the world beyond their concrete boundaries breaks through. Then it fades, and the silence feels deeper than before. Letters still come. Sometimes, legal mail, mostly, or from strangers, curious, fascinated, obsessed. They're screened, censored, redacted, but even a heavily blacked out page is a connection. The men touch the paper like it's alive. They trace the words that survived the censor's pen. Sometimes they don't even read. They just hold the paper to their face, inhale the scent of ink and air that's been somewhere else. A few write back. Some never do. A few keep the letters unopened, stacked neatly in drawers. That way, one said once, they never stop coming. It's strange what stays. Not the crimes, not the violence, not the ideologies. Those dissolve early, washed away by repetition. What remains are smaller things, rhythms, textures, moments. The pattern of light shifting across the floor during inspection hour. The sound of distant laughter during shift change. The click of a pen on a clipboard. Even hate fades. It takes too much energy to sustain. The men don't forgive. They just stop remembering what resentment felt like. Eventually, emotion itself becomes an old language, one they can no longer speak fluently. Yet underneath the calm, something remains untouched. A core, small but indestructible. It's not defiance exactly. It's more like residue, proof that existence resists complete erasure. Sometimes in the early morning, before lights fully come on, a guard walking the tier might hear faint sound from one of the cells. A low hum, a whisper, a word repeated again and again. No one knows what it means. Maybe prayer, maybe memory, maybe the last attempt to keep language alive. The men say that's the soul's way of taking attendance. When the psychologists write their quarterly reports, they call it persistence of identity markers. But it's simpler than that. It's the part of a person that refuses to forget he once existed outside these walls. And that refusal, quiet, invisible, barely breathing, is the only rebellion that still matters. Because everything else in ADX is designed to vanish. By the time a man has spent half a lifetime in ADX, silence stops being punishment. It becomes climate. It wraps around you, breathable but heavy, like water just before it boils. The body adapts to it. The mind reshapes around it. Even the memories of noise, of voices, engines, applause, fade into texture. What's left is a slow rhythm of breath, motion, metal, light. And then, sometimes without warning, something stirs. It's never dramatic, never the kind of revelation you see in movies. It starts small, like noticing the sound of your own heartbeat after years of forgetting it was there. For one man, it happened during inspection. He looked down at his hands and realized they were shaking, not from fear, not from cold, but from something trying to move again. He didn't understand it. It scared him at first, because in a place built to preserve stillness, any motion feels like rebellion. The psychologists call it reactivation. The inmates call it the flicker. A brief, uninvited spark of awareness that feels almost like being alive again. It comes without reason. Sometimes it's triggered by the scent of bleach, sometimes by a memory of rain, sometimes by a shadow that looks too much like someone walking past the window slit. For one, it came when a guard dropped his flashlight during count. The beam rolled across the concrete, caught on the inmate's face, and in that white circle of light, he remembered his own reflection. Something he hadn't seen in over a decade. For 3 seconds, he felt real. Then the light was gone, and so was the feeling. But the flicker never leaves completely. It lingers like static. It doesn't bring hope, not the kind that breaks walls or plans escape. It's quieter, an echo of personhood. A reminder that there's still something inside that remembers what it felt like to want. Want food, want sunlight, want to hear another human voice say his name not out of procedure but out of recognition. In a place designed to erase all wanting, that's a dangerous thing to feel. One of the guards, a veteran, 20 years on the tier, once said, "They start dying when they stop looking at the door." But he was wrong. The real death happens when they stop looking inward. The flicker is the opposite. It's the moment the mirror inside the mind turns back on, however briefly. For most, it doesn't last long. The routine swallows it again. The next count comes, the next meal slot opens, the next light shift begins. A DX has a way of smothering sparks before they can spread. But every so often, a man keeps it alive a little longer. One of them started talking again after 17 silent years. Just words, not sentences. He'd say door, sky, mother. The guards thought it was dementia. But maybe it was resurrection, language clawing its way back into a place that forgot how to hold it. Another began to draw on the back of his meal sheets, just shapes, looping spirals, maps to nowhere. He said it helped him remember that his hand could still make choices. That movement was still his. These are small things, insignificant maybe. But in a system built to eliminate choice, the smallest act of intention becomes revolutionary. The flicker doesn't change the outcome. No one escapes. No one redeems. A DX doesn't trade in redemption. But the flicker reminds them that the machinery hasn't won completely. That even in perfect stillness, the human mind keeps trying to turn itself on again, like an old engine catching spark. One of the psychologists wrote in a report once, "The paradox of total control is that the self it seeks to contain is also the self it sustains. Without identity, the punishment ceases to exist. The mind must persist enough to feel its own cage." She was later transferred. Her replacement doesn't use words like paradox. Still, the flicker happens. Not often, not predictably, but enough to prove that the system can't fully erase the impulse to be. Sometimes, during the night rounds, a guard swears he sees movement in a cell after lights out, a head lifting, eyes open in the dark, following his shadow down the tier. They're not supposed to make eye contact during that hour, but some do anyway. Just for a second. Just to confirm there's still something behind the glass. And maybe that's all the flicker needs. Acknowledgement. Because that's what ADX takes first, the feeling of being seen. The moment someone looks back, even through bulletproof glass, the world gains depth again. For a heartbeat, the man inside remembers he's not a ghost. When Kaczynski died, they say his cell stayed dark for a week. Maintenance, protocol. But some of the inmates swore they felt a shift in the air, like a thread had been cut. Silence doesn't echo here, but that week it did. The absence had shape. And then, slowly, the rhythm resumed. The hum returned. The schedule swallowed it whole. Still, the men who were awake that night said something strange. They said for a few minutes before dawn, the entire facility felt lighter. As if, for once, the walls themselves exhaled. No one reported it officially. You don't log superstition. The flicker isn't rebellion or awakening or redemption. It's survival. Barely visible, almost unmeasurable. But it's there. It's in the way a man still straightens his bed. The way he pauses before eating. The way he hums to himself before sleep. The way he turns his head when footsteps pass, just to see who it is. The system can freeze bodies, mute voices, crush names, but it can't stop awareness from resurfacing in small, disobedient ways. When you stand in the corridor and look down the row of cells, all you see are doors, identical, silent. But behind each one, there's a pulse, weak, steady, persistent. It's not hope exactly, and it's not defiance. It's something older, something closer to instinct. The instinct to exist. Outside, the desert stretches in every direction, flat, endless, colorless. From the highway miles away, the prison looks like geometry against dust. People drive past and never think about what's buried under that horizon. They don't see the lights that never go off. They don't hear the breath behind the concrete. They don't know that, inside the silence, something still burns. And maybe that's how it should be. Maybe ADX isn't a monument to justice or cruelty, but a monument to what happens when both forget how to end. Still, if you stand there long enough, you might notice something strange. The light shifts at dusk, and for a few minutes, the windows, those narrow slits cut into stone, catch the sun. From a distance, they look like thin lines of fire. The walls seem to glow from within, as if something inside remembered how to shine. It fades quickly. The desert swallows it. Night takes over. But for those few minutes, the most secure prison in America looks alive, and maybe, in some quiet, impossible way, it is.